Okay. All right. All right, guys. Just before we start, what did we learn yesterday? Nothing. All right. Anyway, yesterday I believe you all have most likely created your readers, getting your readers working with your cards, or of course not with a physical card, but you will program some card holder in the system and understand how what are the things that could potentially stop you from working, getting I really feel very bad because of the VLP or virtual learning platform. You can't really get some real activity and all these things. But I hope my training kit, my layout with the display on the activity from my training gear will be able to give you some good perspective of how it looks when the system is connected. Okay. I've been doing this DRP for this online learning, moving into online learning for the last, since COVID, so I would say about maybe last 2 to 3 years, 2 years plus, right? There's pros, there's cons, right? Obviously, the pros is that it's much more easier for people to come onto training. You don't have to travel, you can work from home, you can actually get through the training. But the hands-on is the really negative part of it. But you can easily overcome it after, like for travelers case, right? You are already onto it. It's just that you may not be exposed to a lot more of the hardware, right? Maybe what you can do on the next opportunity is when there's a next project, you can start working on some of the hardware. And during that time, you may be requesting for some additional support, which we will still give you, right? And once you have some hands-on on the hardware, right? The software is what you have mastered. So now you get beauty of both. If for some reason in the next 1 year or so, you never really get a chance to touch the hardware, what you can touch is really the software, and you have to put on site to work on the project. Don't be afraid to reach out to us to say, hey, is it possible to get some refresher just on how I get the hardware set up, how I go through the hardware setup and stuff like this, right? And there may be, out of all the people that I trained for the last 2.5 years, there may be a few cases where I have to just do a 1-hour session with them, and they will be able to refresh everything straight away. Okay? Worst to worst, if you are in the region, you are in Victoria, say, can I pop in just to get some understanding, just play with the hardware and things like this, you can look into that. I'm actually trying to look at rebuilding some of my hardware to make it a much more compact, smaller gear with maybe one controller and one downstream and one reader each, or maybe just one controller and one reader, and then you can actually I can actually send it out to you, have a play with it for a month or so, and I can send it back, right? But trust me, even if you have the hardware with you, right, it's not forever with you. So which means that 3 months later, 6 months later, you will forget about it again, right? So it's very common thing, and I think there's pros and cons in that manner. Apart from that, going through the card holder programming, is there any questions that you guys have or you would like to ask? Yeah, Lindsay.
Ken, I always try to say, if you assign somebody a contractor,
yeah,
I tried to change contractor to staff, but it didn't let me. Do you have to delete the whole card?
Not necessarily. Give me a minute. Let me show. I can't remember whether I showed this or not, but I may not be able to straight away answer you because I also not know. I may do a check and be able to tell you straight away. I can
이렇게 잘생겼어?
launch it straight away
잘생겼어 오늘.
as my service already started. Good.
아니야 멋있어. 나 지하철 3분만에 뛰어왔어. 이다다.
By the way, right? You guys know that I've been using the system admin to go into iCredential to handle the card holder. But do you all know that you can also access it from alarm monitoring? Right? And in fact, I will say this program is a program that you and I, and most of the techs will be using a lot more on this program, right? The end user will be using alarm monitoring more, and they will use the alarm monitoring to access the card holder information. So, let me bring up. Let me search for my name, right? And right now, like my badge is on employee, right?
Yes.
And you want to change this to a contractor badge type, or
Yes.
maybe from contractor you want to change it to a permanent employee.
Right. Yes.
Either way. But what you need to do is go to the badge section, because the badge type belongs to the badge, right? Modified, and that's where you can change the type from here. Okay. And I think you see James asked me that question yesterday as well, but maybe I should a bit too fast. Remember, right? The badge type ties to the badge relationship, right? And another thing that very common question that people ask is, can I find out from the badge what is the last access level that he got? But you say that I can only see one access. How do I see the access level of the previous badge? Right? It's actually over here. If you click on this thing, you can actually show the previous batch, right? And if you click on that, it will show you the previous access. And of course, you can, right now, if you need to modify the previous batch access, right? This is the part where, because you only allow one active batch, right? You can only modify this batch, right? So obviously, if you allow multiple batch, then
이거
if
트리거까지
I modify
들어가네.
this batch,
그
first of all, before I can modify this
알람
batch,
인풋,
right?
IO에 더 디테일한
If you want to
거
modify the
3개
batch, the batch have to be active
그거
before you can
들어갔어?
modify.
했어?
아니 오늘 해요. 네 그거.
Alright. So if you can modify, you change this batch back to active, right? And then I say back to active, you ask the question, right? What happened to the new batch? So you will say, okay, this one, well, he had found his batch. I'm going to return this batch from the system. Once you return the batch from the system, right, the other batch becomes deactivated, right? You go back to the access level. That's where you can modify that batch. If I want to allow a person to have more than one batch, how can I do that?
Can't you go to badge and add another badge?
카드 홀더가 제일 위고 계정.
If I need to have more than
배지가 계정이.
one batch, right now I only allow one batch. Am I
카드
right?
홀더 안에 계정을 몇 개씩 넣을 수 있는 거지 한 명당.
So how do I allow myself to have more than one batch?
그렇지.
Is it through the
카드 홀더는 개인이고.
control the cardholder options?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And when you go into cardholder option, this is where you can allow more batch. So if I modify and say, okay, I allow 2 now because the site has been introducing additional credentials like mobile credential and everything, then that's where you can get 2 batch, right? And now, if I go back to my previous batch and I try to activate this batch as well, right, it won't complain anymore, right? Let's say if this is my mobile credential batch, it allow me to activate this batch, and that will mean that if I go into the access level, I can now choose which access level I need to modify. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions?
절레절레 해줘. 못 알아듣겠어요.
No? Okay, good. So let's go on to, by the way, right guys, I don't limit you all to only ask questions during this week, right? You guys, if you come across later part of the course or during exam, remember, right? If you have questions, may be able to ask me. Just for your info, I normally trigger the exam early this morning, but this morning I try to assess it and try to push the exam. It can't get through, so there may be some linkage issue with my, my CRM tools to the exam portal, right? So you will get the exam a bit later, right? But once you get the exam, I will send a note just to let you know I've triggered the exam. Go ahead and do the exam from there.
How long would you assign for the exam?
Normally, the exam will be given to you for 30 days.
How long, like, when you're doing the exam, how long
No
would you...
time limit. Right? It's just 30 days. Right? You have 30 days to finish your whole exam. Right? You can pause and stop anytime you like. You can keep the exam page all the way for 30 days. For all I have, it doesn't matter. Okay? And you can always go back to those questions. So don't worry about answering a question, move on to the next question. My practice is that what I do is I will look through all the questions, bookmark those questions that I think I need to recheck, those that are 100%. Maybe at the start I only got 10 questions that I'm 100% sure. I got like 30 bookmark questions. Right? I can always visit those bookmark questions and recheck again, but at least I know what are my 40 questions. Then I know what I need to prepare. I need to check the software here. I need to have the software available. I need to check the training guides. I need to prepare all these things available so I can always refer back for information, right? And once I have things, almost everything complete, I can say, okay, recheck all my answer and then end the exam. If you try to aim for 100%, yeah, then you may sometimes get one or two careless mistakes, right? Sometimes when you don't aim for 100%, for me, I always aim for 80 to 90%, right? And I don't care about the last 10%. And most of the time, the last 10% that I'm not too sure with, they are correct. Because I didn't go and change the answer. But those that I go and try to change the answer, those are the ones that make mistakes. Okay, good. All right. Any other questions? Right, if not, we'll go into the basic alarm configuration, right? The first thing on basic alarm configuration is about how you can set the priority color, how you can change the behavior of your alarm. So much so that I can change the wording of the alarm as well, right? So, travelers, you have been exposed to API, right? And because the API is capable of throwing in events, right? You may have been seeing a lot of events in OnGuard, but those are events not from the default system or default hardware. They are from the third-party integration, pushing from Challenger. Right? So which means that they come from an API source. So all the application, right, all the events in OnGuard come from a source. And when I say they come from a source, I think it's better to illustrate using my training here. So when I say all the events coming from a source, that means that there is a device tree or device hierarchy where the event belongs to, right? So if I open up my main event window, right? And you can see that, let's say for example, my reader mode, you cut only, right? It comes from the controller X2220, right? It is on the out reader, and if there's an input board, input number, there's an input, description, there's an input itself, then you have an input. If there is a card relationship, right, you will have a card info. But this is our device tree. So, travelers, in some of the API, you get your device tree where the controller is coming from the API. Which means that anything that happened after that comes from the API, right? So, what I mean by that, you will see that it comes from the controller, means that anything that comes under this controller, they are on the same event location. So this is your hierarchy of event. So you can then decide whether in this, you know, that you want to monitor controller, you want to monitor this event, you want to look at this event or not, and things like this, all coming from the source. Okay? Which will mean that if you go into your configuration a bit later, which I'm going to change part of my configuration, right? We see that when I look at a door force open, either one of the door force open, right? You can see that it says door force open, right? It says door force open here. If I trigger the other one, right? You will say the other type of door force open here, but they are all door force open, in fact, right? But why is that showing another event? Which means that you can actually customize for any specific door to have a specific event. To that detail. You can even make a default generic event to be a unique event coming from the system by you changing the configuration. Okay, so what we are going to do is we will look at door force open now, right? So go into your events under monitoring, under alarms, right? And if I refer back to my guide, I need to change my reader tree, door force to door force entry, right? So first of all, look for my door force open. Right, very important. This is the alarm definition for door force open. The actual event is door force open here. You know, it's just coincidence that these two is the same. Right? I'm going to show you another situation where it is not the same. For example, access granted. Or I say it's granted access maybe. Okay, I have granted access here. Right? This is the alarm definition. However, the actual event is called access granted. So when you want to deal with the actual event, that you need to change the alarm definition, make sure you find access granted, not granted access. Does that make sense? Right? Because it's just a name. You can always change the name, but the event is inherent within the core of the code. That will not change. Yes, correct.
Are we assigning the event to a new created alarm definition?
Yes, you are right.
Event from the device, which is the reader.
Yeah. What we're going to do now is we're going to for door force open. So I can just add. And what I do is I put in the description, door force entry. Right? I can set a priority to decide what color code I want to display on this door force. Right? Maybe I use 7 for now. Over here, I have a hardware entry, which I can then search for my hardware, whether is it an input. If you try to get the input on door force open, you will not get a door force open because on the input there's no door event. But if I go down to the reader, right, if I look for a training reader, not training reader 3 opt-in 1, this is auxiliary output, input, right? I need to find the reader. Once I select the reader, make sure you have a tick on the reader. You notice that the event get refreshed to find the event related to this reader, right? Potentially can be related, right? And of course, I will look for door force open, which is here. So when I find the door event with relationship to reader 3, right? Not for the rest, I can throw it across. So now, any event that is door force open by reader 3 will show me door force entry instead of door force open. Does that make sense? Okay, good. So that means to say, you can actually say, I want this to be active alarm, I want to display map, I want to show card holder if I want to show card holder, I want to aggregate the alarm so that it can populate in one line and give you the count. right? And I can say, okay, must mark in progress, must acknowledge, or whichever message I want to put over here. So you can customize your setting accordingly. Remember, this does not affect your default setting. Your default setting is still there. You only pulling records out to a customized setting. Does that make sense? Okay, good. Once you save the record, that's how you can make it unique, right? And you will see that in the whole alarm definition, I have about 1,952 entry, right? There's a lot of event. Sometimes you may get intercom event as well. You can get camera. You may what industrial alarm. I'm not too sure where this may be in the with a third-party system, right? Yes, Travis, I saw your hands up first. After that, later will be yours.
I noticed that your icon is blue on your trainings one.
Yeah.
Is that blue icon defined as like a special assigned alarm, or do you have to assign that yourself?
Let me go to my door force entry.
어, 쟤네가 어디야?
That is determined by the priority, which we will be going there shortly.
Okay.
Okay, Lindsay, what is your question?
And this will work with OSDP and vegan readers, right?
No difference.
Okay.
Okay?
So it's the controller monitoring the inputs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay, so once you have that, right, then I'll go to my next one, which is the priority, right, which I have priority 7 set on it. If I want it to be the same blue color that I have, I can go to the priority. You can look at the priority, you have light blue, green, beige, and red. Of course, the higher the number, the higher the priority. Okay? The lower number, the lower it is. And what this color indication is telling me is that from 0 all the way to 74 will be light blue in color. 75 all the way to 124 is green in color. If my number 7 to be a separate color, I need to add a new one for number 7, and I will select the color. Maybe I'll select this blue, right? And I click OK, so it will be blue. And if I click OK, is that good enough? Not yet. What happened to number 8?
Do we have to continue on so that it matches up? Otherwise, is it gonna cut out anything from 8 to 74?
So right now, because I set 7 to this color, all the way from 7 to 74 is going to be blue color. So if I do not want number 8 and above to be changed, I want it to maintain to the same original color, I do need to add number 8, change it to...
Could you just modify green?
Then you make from 75 to 124 all become light blue. So you lose the whole green. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay.
So what I do is I create one for number 8 so that number 8 to 74 will still be the same color as 0 to 6. So only number 7 is going to be unique in that color. Make sense? Alright, a bit of color playing and number playing. So once you know how to do that, it's easy.
Yeah.
Okay? And that's what you get when you look at my screen, right? Where it's light blue in color. Of course, I have make it such that it's highlight the whole entire bar. That's under the option where I say highlight the entire row. If you do not want it to highlight the entire row, you can always remove it. You will just highlight on the alarm description section. Okay? Alright, any questions? Right, if not, at the same time, you look under this alarm definition page, right? You have alarm configuration, you can actually configure your alarm even if the one that you created is here. Where's my door for century? Yeah. The one that you created is here as well. You can even customize what text message you want to see for your event what audio instruction, whether is it going to be an audio notification with audio instruction saying that, okay, you know, set security guard and things like that, right? You can make it unique for your customized alarm. Okay? Yes, Trevor.
Can you give it a time zone?
Time zone for
The alarm to only trigger at certain times.
that is managed by the reader itself. Right? You set the reader to say when you want to trigger that time, that alarm, or when you want to allow the alarm to trigger. Remember we talked about reader. Under the reader, you have this okay, while waiting for that, let me show you from mine. Not too sure what's happening there.
Just looking at it
Right.
now.
So when you go into your reader, right, you have your reader under the reader settings, right? You have your door force open. You can set the time zone when you want the door force open to appear. And of course, the door force open will pull out the door force open event. Yeah. Let's say you have a question earlier.
Yes, if you modify a will it let you modify a default one?
Yes, it does. Yes.
So if you make a mistake, you can mess up a lot of things here.
Yes, that's right. So my advice to you guys are the people who will be programming this, right? You won't let the customer touch this thing, right? Because the customer will not know what to do with this, right? So when you are the one configuring this, do be mindful, right? As much as possible, if you are going to change a default setting, let's say for example, I want to change the access or granted access, right? I want to change the granted access to make it report. And once I make this just here, modify as alarm, right? Because it's a default device, every device will report as an active alarm, not just for what you want, right? So be very mindful what you are changing on the default parameters, right? Worst to worst, you have your own system, right? You can always pick up from your own system and compare and make the changes. But hopefully you didn't make a lot of changes. Alright. But don't worry, most of the people who have gone through my training, they got the understanding, they know that they create one. There's no limit. You can have as many as you like, right? There's a system that's only you can keep create user defined alarms. Okay? Alright. Good. So that brings up, this door force open and all the relevant stuff that you can see here, right? You can customize it, you can set the priority colors. Okay? We go into the time zone reader mode. Okay, to look at time zone reader mode, right? I do have a definition, right? When I talk about time zone reader mode, I do want the reader to behave a bit differently when it comes to a certain time of the day, right? And how different it is, right? It depends on what you want the reader to do. In my case here, I do want the reader to unlock during office hour. So I want to assign the office hour to the reader 1 and make reader 1 unlock during the office hour. Right? I also want my reader number 2, right, to go into cut and pin mode after office hour. So in the night time, I want the reader number 2 to go into cut and pin. In the daytime, maintain cut only. Right? So this is just some of things you can set based on the time zone reader mode. Right? So yes, please say.
Sorry, Ken. Just one thing. This might sound stupid, but a reader is a door. Is that right?
Yes, correct. That's why over here
when you specify reader, you're talking about a door.
Correct. Especially when I talk about Mercury hardware or the default hardware that we sell, right?
Yeah.
The reader and the door relationship tie closely together.
Okay.
Right? And when you define the reader, you are defining the door at the same time. Okay. In some other system, right, that ties into OnGuard, for example, right, if I go into the readers and docs, right, you notice that let's say when I add a new reader, right, you can potentially add a apparel hub, right, which is potentially a lock,
Yes.
right, a relationship tied to a lock, and you can use apparel hub, the latest apparel hub with the IP hub that can go up to 64 locks or readers, right, and the apparel hub deal with the doc and the reader very independently. If you talk to the reader, it's just a reader. If you talk to the lock, it's a lock.
Okay.
Right? So depending on what you deal with, and sometimes if you deal with another model that we used to have, NGP, right? The reader, the out reader is not a new reader itself. It's actually tied in together with the in reader. So it actually comes together as one reader. So to us, we configure that like a doc, not really a reader. Okay?
Thank you.
Make sense?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so going back to my reader time zone reader mode, going to the administration, going to the access control, you will find time zone. And when you go into the time zone, you will have a time zone reader mode over here. This is where you can modify. You can find your reader 1 and office hour. I want it to be unlocked. Right? And when it's back at the end of the time zone, right, I want it to go back to cut only. Once I have my settings set up, I can assign a clock. Okay, you guys may see something here called the first cut unlock. Anyone can tell me what you think this first cut unlock means?
Does it mean like if someone's kind of like late in, like if it's like an office, it opens at 8 and someone's in at 8:05, it's not going to unlock until that first person badges and then the time zone starts?
Yeah, yeah. So that is for that feature, right? And to enable that feature, you need to make sure that you tie the relationship to the card holder as well, because not everyone supposed to turn on the first card unlock, right? Maybe those at the reception or at the front office, but those working in the back office can still come in, but the door is not going to unlock until somebody from the front office is in. Right? Yes, Travis.
This end reader mode, does it define what the reader is outside of the time zone?
Yeah.
So, is there anywhere else where you can put the reader's card only?
Well, in the readers, I think by default we select the only for online.
If you go
yeah.
end reader mode and you select card and pin, is that automatically overriding what you've selected in the setting?
Yeah, the time zone will override
근데 저거 체크를
what you
하려면
program
다음 사람을 찍고 들어야 돼.
system set.
It's pretty important.
Okay?
7시
time zone will
제일 많은
override.
사람은 음료가 아니야.
But you can always program to say, I want to disable this time zone. It means that once I disable the time zone, the reader go back to the default set.
So you,
I can disable the time zone if I want to disable the time zone. Okay?
okay.
Yeah. You'll be wondering why do I need to disable the time zone? I'll explain to you a bit more when we go to the next topic. Alright, that's what I need to do. At the same time, I can do it for my reader too, right? I can say my reader too, I want it to be after office hour from 8 p.m. Right? I want it to be cut and pin. And when you come back to 6 a.m. in the morning, go back to cut only. And I can assign a clock. Okay? The good thing about this time zone reader mode is that you can do everything in one page. The not so good thing that it's a separate window compared to the readers and docs. Alright? And once you've done that, this is what happened to my training laptop, where you can see that I have a time zone given to my reader 1, and my reader 1 is now unlocked, right? By looking at it, I can go into the time zone. See that I have a time zone reader mode for reader 1 to be unlocked, and then go back to cut only after 5 p.m. from Monday to Sunday. Okay? Yeah. So here it talks about all those things that we mentioned earlier, alright? And I'm going to continue to action type and action group. Guys, if you guys are okay, right, you can see that I'm running through, because these are quite simple, one step or one program. I don't want to stop and then let your program and then come back again, stop and come back again. Very, very disruptive, right? But what I'll do is I'll run through the 4 simple tasks before the local I/O, and then I will give you guys a break while you guys can finish what you need to do for this program. Is that okay? Or maybe you guys are fast enough, or I'm talking to you guys already programmed, right? And maybe you know the break is just for you to take a break and then continue.
I did it before we started.
That's good, right? So you can concentrate and listen to what I say. Okay, anyway, the action part, right, is another part of the system where, remember, action or action type can be mainly driven from the software. It's not something that you do in a hardware, but it's the software going through our linkage server to tell the hardware to do something. Yes, Trevor.
Does that mean you can do action groups across multiple controllers?
Yeah, potentially. Let me see. Yes, you can.
Across the whole network of your controller?
Yeah. Let's go in and take a look, and then we can know how we can do that, right? And you will know, you will straight away tell me that. So I have an action group, right, that I would like to create for a testing action, right? You remember I have a siren, right? I have a training siren, and the action group is actually to test this siren when I execute the action. So it could be an action that I want to execute from the software. It could be an action that I tie into a relationship that somebody fetched, it will trigger the siren. Or it could be an action that I tie into a particular input. When the input is pressed, the siren will pulse for 2 seconds. Remember, I'm not going to activate the siren. I'm not going to on and then don't do anything about it. I'm just going to push it a pulse, which means that it will on for that 3 seconds and then it will reset after that. Even though my action, and remember, action group is an action that execute. It's not an action that lasts for a period of time. Okay?
Is the 3 seconds default?
Yeah, the 3 seconds is what we set in the output. If you want it to 5 seconds, you can change it to 5 seconds in the output. Not by the action group, right? The action group only tell to execute the action, but the output itself defines how long it's going to pulse.
Okay.
Okay, so to create that, I'll go into the administration and you'll find action group library. And when you go into the action group library, you can add a new one. And I will say this is testing actions, right? Or action, depending on how many actions. And when you do an add, you will see a list of actions that involve even changing, executing a script, executing an elevator mode change, executing a function list that we will talk about later on local I/O, right? Mask, unmask, input or force open. You can even have action group just to mask all your door force open, and also reader change mode and all these other things as well.
Are these kind of just like shortcuts?
No, this is actual events or actions that potentially can be triggered via the action group. They are not shortcuts. So let me go to one of them, right? If I go to pulse open door.
An action group kind of a shortcut to actually going and selecting the output?
I'm not too sure what you mean by shortcut.
That's all right.
Okay. So maybe let me finish it and then see whether it makes sense, right? So first of all, right, I may have action group that I want to tie into output. And the output, you click on next, you say, okay, these are the list of output from all the controllers or all the hardware that you can find in the whole system. Different controllers, right? So that answers your question, Trevor, right? You can go across controllers. So I want to find my siren, right? And this is where you want, because I'm looking at device output, which means that I have 3 actions on the device output: activate, deactivate, and pulse. Right? Because I do not want it to be on all the time. If you're just going to send a pulse signal, it will be on for that pulse duration. And once I click OK, you have that up action here. You can add more, right? I can even say generate event, execute, I can say generate event, put a message there saying that I'm executing an action, or some other stuff. I can trigger intercom and all these other things as well. Okay, there's whole heaps for you all to explore, but I'm just going to keep it simple for now. Right, I click OK. And that is what your action group is. Once you create action group, they'll ask you which one you want to access or tie this action group to. You can even control such that this action group doesn't appear in the in the Australia zone, only be seen in the Korea side, so the Korea team can always activate this action, but not for the Australia team. Okay, so it can be defined according to the zone. You can have multiple zones. By selecting this checkbox here, you can select multiple zones. Okay, Trevor, yes.
More questions. If you select it as like activate, will it go initiate? Is it kind of just a like initiate action group? You can go check if all your sirens are working, and then you go back and like stop it, and it'll stop all the devices from activating. Or do you have to have a second action group to deactivate them?
Well, there's a few things you can do with the action group. So let me show you, right? Let me click OK, and once you have that, obviously I can't use the training system to show you, but I will show you from my physical hardware, right? My training laptop. So here on my training laptop, I have an action group that I created for pulsing open pulse the output, right? Which is the output 1, right? On my training gear for 3 seconds, right? I have the output 1 set for 3 seconds. So obviously, when I created that action, when I created this action group called pulse output, right? I assigned it to the monitoring zone that I'm using. So obviously, when I open up the action group, I can see the action here. This is where you can right click and execute your action. Okay, if your action involves a series of hardware, to answer Trevor's question, I cannot reverse if they are all activated, right? I cannot reverse the action. I will have to create a second action to reverse them all. Okay, right? But if it's just for a few items, right? You can do that. Okay, I will explain to you what I mean by that. Remember, action group is a trigger from the software. You execute the action and it will trigger on. You will trigger on and that's it, right? Or it's a pulse. On a function list, which we will talk about it in a short while, they are for local I/O. On a function list, you can always clear term, you can reverse the cycle, right? You can put it on, you can put it off as well. Okay, so we will talk about the function group, which is more for local I/O later on. Okay, so if I execute the output action here, right? Let me bring up my camera. Right, obviously my output that I'm talking about is over here. You can see my mouse, right? It's on this output here. And if I right click and execute, right, you can see that the output activate, and it will be deactivated because it's a pulse signal. And the event screen, right, will show you that alarm monitoring action group executed and relay activate and relay deactivate after that. Okay, remember this is a trigger action, right, that happens on the software. You must be using the software to trigger it. You can't do it from the hardware. Okay? And Trevor, you may be thinking, can this action group be available on the web so that I can use it to trigger from the web? But unfortunately, not on our web module right now. The action group are mainly triggered from alarm monitoring at this moment. Right? So if I go into the web, I will not be able to find the action group to trigger the action group. Right? Which I actually hope that the next couple of versions I will have action group on the web, which is a lot more easier for me to to do more things which I really want to execute on the web. Okay?
아, 저 영어가 너무 싫다.
So if I go into my hardware tree here, you can see your hardware tree, but the hardware tree, you can open up the hardware tree, you see your hardware, but you won't see the action group because the action group is not part of the hardware tree. Right? I'm not surprised at the later stage they may have the action group listed here where you can actually use it to execute your action. So if you ask me, yes, on the web, this action group section is a limitation where on the web you are not able to see this action group or you can't execute the action group over here. Okay? Alright, and by the way, if you look at action group, when you go into the map, maybe not in this course, but I believe on the map you can actually put this action group on the map as well. But because it is put on the map, right, let me open up this a bit bigger. And all reader groups, these are on the map, but you know, it's not shown on the web. On the web, it's not supported. Okay, enough about action group. My last topic, this one, obviously, sorry? Right, it's an action group, and you notice, right, even if, let me house this window horizontally. Right, if I execute, maybe vertically better. Right, if I execute the action, I will get a failure because one thing about OnGuard is that whenever I execute anything from the system, right, we will always want to make sure that we get a response from the hardware. Right, if no response coming back from the hardware, it will tell me that the action group failed. Right, and that's the reason why you see in my event, the output activate first before my action message say that it's completed. Okay? And of course then the output deactivate after 3 seconds. Alright. So that is for action group, and if you look through it, you will talk about the same thing, right? So you will be able to go through that and create that in your example. Okay, I'm going to my last one on scheduler, right? I'm just going to do a very simple task, but just for info, a scheduler can also, can be used to trigger your action group, but a scheduler can also be used to trigger archiving, trigger something that is more on the database, on the software side. So you can use a scheduler to do a couple of more things than just action group. But in this example, I'm going to use a scheduler to trigger the action group, which means that I can put a schedule using my linkage server to tell from the software, right, to tell the hardware, I want you to activate this output at this point, at this time of the day. Just like when you can tell the software to say, I want you to do your archive of your event at this time of the day on Sunday. Okay? So, to go about scheduler, right, you can easily go, you can even go into alarm monitoring. It doesn't need to be on the system admin, right? You can go into alarm monitoring and you can find schedules. Scheduler over here. You can open up your scheduler, right? So you can open up scheduler from alarm monitoring, provided the operator has the permission, right? And if I look at my action, right, what do I need to do? I need to create a schedule based on the action that I created earlier, which I paused for 3 seconds, right? That is the manual action, right? I have to right click and execute, right? Now I want to make it automatic. Right? How automatic I want it to be? I want it to be activate daily. That means I want to execute the action every day. Right? And when I execute the action, I want to execute at a 10-minute interval between 8 to 8:30 every day. Right? And this action can also be used for archiving. or this scheduler can also be used for archiving. Not saying that this action will be used for archiving. The scheduler can also be used for archiving. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do, right? I'm going to add, and I can find the actions type that I've seen earlier. So Travelers or Lindsay, right, when you create some intrusion, or even Harry, when you create some intrusion capability on the system, you want to let the system automatically arm at 8 p.m. in the evening. You can create a scheduled action to auto arm your site at 8 a.m. in the morning. So this is just another example, right? And of course, we have our action, and I select the action, right, and flow next. If you think this action is not enough, you can add more action after that as well. There's no link, it won't control that you must go with that, by just helping you select your actions. But the most important thing is you can go into the schedule. Here is where you decide whether it's a one-time execution or a recurring execution. Yes, Trevor.
This time here that they've got 8 to 8:30, is that saying for 30 minutes?
It's 30 minutes, but if I trigger every 10-minute interval, how many times you will trigger?
Yeah, so 10-minute intervals for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay? Yeah. Okay. So you just change, and I say this one is going to happen daily. You can go for weekly, or you can go for monthly, right? And you can even say on the first Sunday of the month, or whichever. Right? Go for daily, and it's not going to occur once. It's going to occur every 10, not hours, but 10 minutes between 8 a.m. to 8:30, not p.m., right? Otherwise, the security room will go crazy. Because every 10 minutes, the server will start to right? And then, of course, this is between 8 to 8:30, and will trigger every 10 minutes, right? From 8 a.m. onwards, and you have no end date, right? And you click OK, and then you click OK. So obviously, if my in-case server is working, the system will say my next runtime will be happening at 8 a.m. when? Tomorrow. If I have programming, I want to make sure that this is correct. I can right click and say start my action. Right? Of course it will fail because my output didn't come back and say that I count the output. So it will say schedule action failed, right? But if you look at it, you can check the last run date, what was the status. You can refresh this. See, of course it's not running at this moment. The last time it ran, it failed because the output is not there. Okay, clear out this one. What happens if you get a service status saying not running?
Is your linkage service not working?
Okay, good. Right, thanks, Trevor. Right, if you see the service not running, first thing first is to check your service to see if your service
테스팅 액션을
or linkage server is running or not.
뭐였지? 푸스?
If it's running,
그걸 했나?
but it's
근데
not running here, then there's something
액션
wrong.
그룹 페이드가 떠가지고.
Okay, because you can't start this time if you have not programmed this in the system option, like what we did at the start of the training. Okay? Alright. So let me show you from my training laptop, right? I can open up the scheduler here. Right, and of course I have a couple of schedule actions here, right? And my pulse output is here. I have disabled it because I don't want it to keep triggering while I starting, I do my training for the start of Tuesday, right? So if I want this to start, I can just right click, sorry, this is on blue diamond. I should go for this one. This is the one, and I can right click and say I can start the action or I can enable the action now. Okay, and when I enable the action, what I can check my setting to modify my action. It says that it's going to trigger this output. I check my schedule. It's going to happen every 1 day, every 10 minutes between 12 to 12 midnight. Right? So it will trigger every 10 minutes from now on, all the way until the rest of the day. Okay, because if I use the scenario that I have in the class, we will have to wait until tomorrow. Right? So in the next 10 minutes or so, right, you should see that this action, and you can see that the schedule, the next run time is actually at 10:30. Right now it's 10:28. I got 2 more minutes before I will see the output action shown up here, say my output, my schedule executed the output action, right? And another good thing about this scheduler is that I can go to my action and right click and review my action history, and that will bring up the old record of my action, whether they have started, they have completed successfully, how many times they have failed, and all these things is all in the record, all the way back to 2021 since I started doing this training. And I like to keep all this history because I back up the database and I upgrade the database, so it's from 7.6 upgraded to 8.1 now. Yes, Trevor.
If you got a schedule running overnight, do you have to have it stop at 11:59 and then start a new one?
So depending on how you program this, right, if I go into the modify action, right, under the schedule, because you're saying that this is going to happen continuously, right, it will happen continuously.
Okay.
Right, because every 1 day. So depending on how you define your schedule here.
Yeah.
Okay, so understand what you want to trigger, and then you will be able to find relevant logics to look at that action.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah, I hear the relay click, and of course you can see that the schedule action executed, right? And then the relay activate and deactivate over here, right? And of course, if I do a recheck here, refresh action, you can see that my next runtime is at 10:40. Right, and now it's not running, and the last time was 10:30, which is just now, and it was succeeded. Okay, any questions on action group and scheduler? Yes, Robert.
Did you mention before that you can use the scheduler for arming and disarming sites, or is that in a separate way?
That is in a separate course, but yes, you can.
Okay.
Right. Remember, guys, I can make the output activate at a certain time. For example, right, if I go into the system, right, I go into my output, I'll not read the exhaust, to the alarm panel, I go into my output, I can make my output, let's say output 1, right, I can say activate the output based on this time. Okay?
Yeah.
Or I can potentially come to my scheduler and just ask my schedule to activate the output from this time and then stop at that time. I can create action for activate and then action for deactivate or whichever, right? But be very careful. What is the difference between the action that you do here versus the action that you define in the hardware?
Would the scheduler be like a specific action, whereas if you just go activate output, it's going to be constantly on for that whole time?
Yeah. Okay. This is one thing, right? You have to have 2 separate actions when you use action group or scheduler. But the other most important thing is that one is embedded into the hardware. That means the hardware will execute by itself. I don't have to manually intervene from the software. One is triggered from the software, which is the linkage server, which means that if my server is disconnected or if my server is doing maintenance, the output is not going to fire because the action is triggering from my software. But if it's on the local, like what I'm showing here, if it's programmed from the hardware itself, it is managed by the hardware. So my practice or my advice to you guys is that whenever you go and execute or plan out an action, right, make sure you understand where is the source of the trigger. And whether you want that source of the trigger to be from there or from there. Later on, when we talk about local I/O and global I/O, we will talk more about this because there's very easy or very common tendency for people to just go and trigger from the global I/O because you can configure straight away from there. But it may be more logical to do it from the local I/O, which the controller can handle it by itself. Okay?
Might also depend if, like,
If the feature is available or not.
well, also if you want to, if you're doing just this way, is that just panel based, and then the scheduler might be the whole system based?
Yeah.
You can only do
Okay.
twice.
Alright. Any other questions?
I've got a question. If the panel loses communications with the server, does that mean the scheduled events won't happen?
Yes. So remember, the scheduled event, if I use scheduler, the scheduled event is triggering from the linkage server.
Yeah,
right? Which means that those events will not trigger because the controller cannot see the software, or the software cannot see the controller.
But if you do it directly from, you mentioned the IO
Hardware, yeah.
hardware, it will still happen if it loses communications?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay. And remember, right? The hardware do have a schedule. You can, when we go into local I/O, you do have, local I/O where you can trigger, but you do have schedule for individual output. Of course, not a lot, right? Because if you look at the individual output alone, you can only put one schedule there, but you can create interval within the schedule.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Alright. Thanks, Jim. Alright, guys, now it's 10:34, right? I will give you guys, let's say a 15 minutes break, and let's be back here at 10 to the hour. That means it will be 10:50 for the guys in Australia. It will be 9:50 for the guys in Korea. Okay, and in the meantime, if you guys want to touch up all the programming based on what I've gone through earlier, you can do so as well.
Okay.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks.
I'm there.
Travis, can you hold on a minute?
Yeah.
Sorry, Travis.
Yeah.
Oh, you are saying something earlier or?
Oh, I was saying I'm back. That's all.
Wonderful.
Yeah. I thought you had some bad news for me.
Oh, maybe I have bad news for you.
Yeah.
I always look at things a lot with the positive side.
Airport shit.
Well, Apple is just one type of customer. I have all different kind of customer that I see.
What's your biggest one from like Microsoft?
Well, if you're asking about Lenel, quite a lot, right? And Microsoft is one of it. Microsoft can be demanding at some point, at some on some cases, but we have embedded stuff there, right? And then we also have Amazon, who have a very strong buying power. They are pretty good at saying that, oh, let me give you the money. I want this to happen now.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay,
And
so-
of course. Hey, by the way, I may be going up to Queensland, and
Oh yeah, true.
they are asking for some training from Amazon. They are paying for a whole training, and they want their administrator to be trained. So I'll be there for Amazon. And in fact, I'm going up next week Sydney on one tender, but at the same time also to meet up with Amazon as well.
So
Apparently,
it's sunny out. Can't really see, but it's pretty sunny out.
yeah.
Queensland weather.
I trained up a fair bit of guys over the years, and most of the people that I train up, they master the Lenel so well, or they actually get involved with the Lenel so well that they end up joining the customer. So 3 of my kind of like very IT savvy techs who have trained up when they are with the past, they end up now joining Amazon as either security manager or project manager in the respective states. So I have 2 states or 3 states of Amazon guys who are trained by me.
You will never be working at the airport for the airport.
Well, maybe you may end up being assaulted by the airport and you become my customer. But I do have people also end up joining Apple who used to be trained by me on Tesla scope. So I trained them on the Linux operating system, but because of merger acquisition, they end up joining Apple and become the security manager for Apple. So over the years, I think I've trained easily 20 years of people.
Yeah, well.
Some of them are quite big. Of course, I'm still at this level. So sometimes it's very different, right? I'm very happy I keep teaching, right? That's why I end up coaching my kids' basketball team as well. And now I have to teach them. Sometimes it's not all about winning. You have to sometimes lose a bit to learn a bit more. Because if you keep winning, there's nothing for you to learn. You keep thinking that you are like unbeatable, but there's a lot of things that you need to learn. So sometimes you have to lose a bit so that you can win.
If I keep down that track, I'm going to be a bloody genius at everything.
Hey, trust me, don't over commit yourself. To be frank, I overcommit a lot of things. A lot of times I say, alright, I can do it. Of course, I know I can do it. If I have the time, I can do it. But when I try to do it and I say, okay, I did make it happen, good. But then now that becomes my responsibility. How do I share my? So I end up going to the mode of I will learn. I'll keep on sharing, right? When I used to be a fighter pilot, I learned from the instructor and end up teaching my colleagues how to fly, right? And then teaching them a bit of tips here and there how to fly. I learned how to drive and end up teaching my wife how to drive and be the trainer. I coached my wife from never drive to within a year plus she able to drive and got her license on the first go, right? But I end up keep going into a teaching mode, but that sometimes makes me overwork too much, and I always scared I overcommit too much and can't deliver my promises or make people disappointed because I can't deliver, right? So I feel bad, right? I can't achieve what I want to achieve. So
Work says I cost the company money every time I open my mouth because I'm always pushing for that little bit more.
Just maybe sometimes some things you can say, right? Some things you may want to say, okay, maybe not at this opportunity. I can say in an environment that I have more allowance, or I have more opportunity to adjust the message that I need to bring across. Because if I say right up front, right, the people who are receiving it may not be ready to say, oh, what happened if you cannot do it? But if you say in front of, let's say, in front of us or in front of Warwick, right, you will say, oh, well, it's okay. If you can't do it, let's see how we can mitigate. We help you with the mitigation, right? But if the end user may not be ready to accept any mitigation, if you say no, I'm going to start thinking of alternative because they can't wait.
That's been my biggest learning curve with this program.
Yeah. Good. When you learn, next time you'll be better with it, right? So it's always a good thing. All right. Good guys. Let's continue. So when we finish with scheduler, have you all programmed at least getting your schedulers and the rest of stuff going? All right. Good. Thanks, James. Thanks, Lindsay and Travis. And Harry, you are all right? Harry and Jeremy?
Yes, we are good.
Okay, good. Let's go on to local I/O function, right? And local I/O function, okay, because today is the last day, I need to do a bit more check with our schedule to make sure that we are not far from what we need to present, what we need to go off, right? So we pretty much finished, we are on this stage, right? I presume by lunchtime, right, we will have finished global I/O, right? If possible, maybe before we go for lunch, we will go into archiving. Okay, because there is an action that we can do together as a group, right? And then when we go into archiving, that touch a bit on reporting, and during the lunch, you can explore a bit on reporting and stuff. After lunch, we come back, we talk about SQL backup, and the rest of topic here, which are very small modules. In fact, it may look like a lot. It's a lot in content, but there's nothing much for you to really do, right? So you can see from my action task, right? Once you finish global I/O and archiving, right? The rest is more as information. Most important thing, know how to back up and a bit of installation tips, which I can show you what are the things. And we can go into more Q&A kind of tasks, and then maybe before 3 o'clock our local time, right? We may be able to end the training. Okay, looking at the pace, we could be in a pretty good shape. Okay. So to talk about local I/O, the first thing that I want to highlight to you, right? It is from the controller. Whatever you program as a local I/O, it gets stored onto the controller, right? The controller will be able to process it by himself, which means that whatever you program is everything within that controller. Anything outside that controller is not under the local I/O. Okay. And of course, the controller is able to pull up to about 100 functions, right? And we can't really count. It's up to the controller to go and count it, but you store inside the controller, right? And it's also stored inside the OnGuard database, right? In case there's any situation where your controller got crash out, you can always change a new controller and re-download your, all the information get pushed back to the controller as well. Okay, to configure that, let's go to one example, right? I'm going to program a local I/O, more for my panic button, right? And in this panic button, what I want to do is that I want my panic button to actually trigger, right, the siren, but not to pulse the siren, but this time now, because it's a panic button activation, right, I will want to activate the siren and keep the siren on. Okay, and in order for the siren to set, right, the panic button has to be off in order for the siren to be reset. So if I activate the panic button, it will be on, the siren will be on all the way. If I reset the panic button, then that's where the siren goes off. Of course, I can still have the manual override from the software. I can override the action as well. Okay, I'm going to have another action which I'm going to tie into an event instead of a button. A button is easy to set, right, because it's on and off. But a reader event, like a keypad duress event, right, I'm going to tie it to a siren and activate the output as well. Okay, on top of activating the siren, because it's a panic duress or panic action or emergency action, I want to lock up all the readers. Remember, this is not all the readers on the side. It's all the readers on that controller. Okay? Alright, and I have a message here saying that it must be a true condition, right? So we will go through that in the right now. Okay. So where's the ELT? My system admin, and let's go to the before my output triggering event. On top of this, I keep hearing maybe I'll do that. Go to my system admin, and I look for my local I/O. On the local I/O, you have two tabs. One is the local I/O function list, right? So it's the action. The other one is the device function link, where I want to link the device to the function list I created earlier. So you have to create the function first. So my function, according to my worksheet, I need my siren to be activated, correct? So I will add action. Before I add the action, right, I put a name, panic alarm activation, right? And you have to define where this local function belongs to which controller. Remember, it's on the controller, so you have to choose the controller. Okay, so I'm going to choose the controller, right? And of course, you have a list of function lists that you can provide, including activating alarm panel output, setting the reader to lock, which is what we're going to use, right? We can also open or closing area, change function. So I can have 6 function lists that I define here. If they are not enough, I can connect to another function list. I can connect to another function list. So you can, from one action, you can trigger a set of functions, right? And of course, I can execute some other things like intrusion masking, reader unlock, and all these other things that you can see from here, right? And remember, I mentioned about time zone, that we can give a reader to a time zone, right? We can use the time zone to be given access to a group of people. So, all the basic operators or basic employee will get a time zone, say, 24/7. They can access the site 24/7. But if for some reason, right, I suspect there's a potential breach on the operator level because somebody may have been passing their card to someone else for them to come in. I want to lock down this group of people. I don't want to lock down the rest of the employee. So what I can do is that I can actually go and say, I want to program a local function. Whenever we detect some issue, when the panic button activate, I want to override the time zone for the basic operator, which means that now all the basic operators will not be able to access their dock. They are all locked out in their contained environment. But the second level supervisor or security is still able to move around the site to go and find out who is that breach. Right? So can create a kind of override, which is a very complex scenario, but it's where we can achieve it. So sometimes OnGuard have a lot of features added into the system that doesn't seem logical to you. Yeah, because it's used for only one or two occasion or one special condition. So, if you have a situation that you mention something or the customer mentioned something that you do not know whether can OnGuard achieve it or not, feel free to check with us and we can discuss about it, and yeah, whether we can do it or not, we will let you know. Right? And one thing I like to do is that wherever there's a request, right, I'll ask my tech support and myself to test it and make sure that we have to play with it, we know that it can be done, and then we'll show it to you, and you can gain confidence from there and be able to execute it. So in our case, we want our reader to lock, right? So when you choose the reader lock function, they ask you when the reader is locked, right, or when this function is executed, when it's a true condition, this is what happened to the readers. All the reader on that controller is going to be in a lock for the amount of time in argument 2, which means that I can set how long this reader needs to be locked. Later on we can define, right? But when it goes back to false, means that I do want the reader to go back to a state where it can still continue to operate. So remember, we talked about action group earlier, it's a one-time action, it's on, it's off, off, right? You have to create two separate actions. In this local function, we have true or false, which means that when it's on, you follow the true condition. When it's off, you follow the false condition. I can make it a one-time action by using a pulse action, which means that it will just pulse according to that, right? So we can set that when we go into the device function list, right? So here, I know that it's true is this, false, it will go back in the argument 1 for the amount of time in argument 2. So I want to choose, okay, when it return back to normal, I'll go to cut only, and I want it to be, if it's locked, I want it to be locked for maybe an hour. Right, so that I have 1 hour to go and resolve the issue. Okay? And I can click OK. So I created, yes.
Is there a way to have the argument 2 not set to any time, but just when it's on and then when it's off?
So what you were saying is if I want reader lock, right?
I just want reader to lock when that panic button is pressed, but it's not time specific as to how long the reader is locked for.
Well, you can't. You have to, because it's a local function, right? You can say, okay, I want it to be locked, right? And I want it to be locked for 48 hours or something like this, where you can you have to set a time. But you can say that when it's returned back to false, you can go back to lock state if you want to keep it back to lock state. Okay?
So you have to put 2 in there?
Yeah, no, put 1, change it to lock state over here. So, after 1 hour, it will still go back to lock. Or even when the panic button reset, it will go back to lock. Does that make sense?
I have to question.
Yeah.
So, so for the function or reader locks and mode, right? But then is that possible when the panic alarm activation, so one reader can be locked instead of the all readers?
Okay, you want one reader to be locked only, not all the readers, right?
Yes.
Then you may have to look at whether we can go into this reader unlock state, and then which reader you want it, and you set the mode on that. After I choose the reader, let's say for example I choose reader 1, right, and I can say that the reader lock on this. So in order for that mode to work, I have to choose the false condition. Okay?
Understand.
Alright, so let me finish this, right, because once you go here, right, I will go into my device function list, right. If you choose the wrong controller, you won't see your function list, right, because it's tied to the controller. So once I choose the controller, I can see my function list. In order for me to make sure that I tie to the right function, remember my action is when a panic alarm activation, right, or or when my panic alarm activate, I want to activate that condition, and it's going to be true condition. So where is my panic alarm?
On the input.
On the input board, right? Make sure there's a tick, and I come to my panic alarm, it has a tick, and that's where you can link them together. When you link them together, you will see that you have your device or your logical event that you can see here, right? And of course, I can choose my panic alarm. When I choose my panic alarm, this is where you define alarm state, you want it to be true. And then when it's not an alarm state, I want it to be back to false. Travelers, if you want it to be locked permanently, right, you can always set it to a false condition. Like what Mary is asking, you can set it.
Reset back to how it was. Just like if it's true, lock the doors. But then when you deactivate or you turn off the panic button,
you can do nothing.
Go back to normal.
Yeah. Right now, I want it to go back to normal, right? Because according to my scenario, I want it to go back to normal. If I don't want it to go back to normal, I can make it do nothing. And then it must be override by somebody from the operation control. There's a few different scenarios how you can apply to it, but my view is that if you have a unique scenario, understand your scenario first, and then see how we can program it to make it work according to the scenario. Okay? Alright, I will let you all try later on when you all can look at different scenarios. You can try out and see what the scenario, whether that scenario work out or not. Okay? So once you do that, that's where your first local I/O function is created, right? The next task that I want to have is I want the keypad duress to activate the same set of action as well. Okay? But be very careful about keypad duress. Right? So over here, I want the panic alarm activate to also tie to my keypad. So my keypad could be on the in reader. I want to link to this guy as well. Right? And I say link. You can see that this is now from my readers. If you are looking at linking into a reader, you have a reader logical event like door force, door held open, contact temper, all these other things that you can see regarding to the regards to the reader event, right? Which is all able to handle by the controller, right? If I choose access event, you have access granted, access denied, and duress. Remember, this access activity is only a one-time activity. They don't have a switch where you on and off, right? If you access duress, is one event, right? So in that one event, I can set it to true. Of course, you can set when you got access granted, you turn it to false, right? But that will mean that every time when somebody backs with access granted, it's going to execute the action, which maybe no problem. It's just resetting. Just keep resetting the reader. It's just going to make the server busy for no reason, right? So be mindful about your logical programming, right? Because if that reader, right, if that in reader or if that particular reader is a special reader designed purely for you to disarm the duress, yes, you can do that. Because no one else is going to batch on that reader except for a card that is authorized to batch on that reader. So when that card is presented with an access granted, you can reset the system back to false. Does that make sense? Right? So you can think a lot about all these things because you can go very well, and the more I talk about it, the more I go further away, right? And I'll make you all lost along the way. So let's keep it simple, right? Duress, I want to activate the duress. And I want to activate the panic alarm activation. Question on these two?
Yes.
Yeah.
Again, will this only work if the system is online?
No.
Okay.
Because it's local, it stores onto the controller. Okay? That means to say, if I go back to my alarm monitoring, and if I look under the controller, I will see this function list over here. It's underneath the controller. And when I go into the function list, I will find that function itself. I can right click and execute through to test the function. Because the controller is not able to respond back to me, because the controller is not there, I can get action completed successfully. But you can always reset from here. You can always clear the terms to return back to normal state from here as well.
So how would we do a global lockdown?
That will be the next topic on Google I/O. Okay? Alright, so here, since I mentioned about this, right, let me go into my training laptop. Right? I do have a local I/O program, right? And I try to mimic what I need to do here. I have an output activate reader lock, right? On my X3220, where it will, right, lock on these two conditions, right? It's assigned, of course, because it's done here, right? When I choose the, you can see that my function list is here, right? And I have, oh, in fact, 3 conditions that will activate. I have input 2, which is my panic button, and I have reader 1, auxiliary output 1 active. Okay, that one I did not wire, so it's okay. And the third one is the access activity. If you want to check what is this, you can modify the rate. Say, yeah, you rest, it will trigger 2. Okay, exactly what we have on our scenario. Okay, and when you go back to my function list, this is where my function list, and I can always check by right click and execute true false condition over here as well. Alright, guys, are you all ready to see some action? Okay, before I execute those action, I do need to make sure that first thing is turn off my scheduler. Otherwise, my output keep activating. Disable the action so that you won't be triggering anymore. And then I need to bring up my camera, minimize this, so you can see some activity here. And this is the output. I'm going to first make sure my in reader is not on door open. So I reset all my door first. Right. So right now my door is in a good condition. It's on cut and pin mode. So yeah, my cut. And yeah, I have a cut 937 here, right? And this cut 937, if I go to batch, right, it's going to expect a pin code, right? And of course, if I enter my pin code, which is 0937, it will open the door, right? So obviously, I can use my cut to batch and trigger the rest, but I'm not going to do that right now, right? I'm going to activate my input 2, which is going to trigger beside the duress button, right, or panic button. So when I activate, it will make all the reader lock up, right? This is reader 1, reader in, reader out. These 3 reader will be locked up. And when you see, because it's on OSDP, it's breaking rate, it's reading, right? When I lock up the reader will be a fixed rate because of OSDP protocol. Okay? So when I do that, you can see that my output 1 activate, my siren activates story, and of course my reader are now in the lock state. And you can see that from the software as well. Right? My reader is locked, this reader is locked, and my reader 1 is locked. And you can see from the event saying my local output action executed, right, where reader locked and is executed with a true condition. Right? And of course these other events shown here as well. Of course, when my input reset, my panic button reset, everything returns back to normal, my reader is back to normal operation. Okay? Travis, you have a question? Do you want me, can I finish my demo? Then after that I can answer a question?
Yeah, okay.
Right, I'm going to change my reader to cut and pin now, right? So that I can simulate the second action, right, which is when I use the duress code. Okay, so now I'm going to activate, press my cut. What is my duress code? Anyone still remember?
Wow. From your normal.
0138, right? And that is going to activate access granted with duress, and that will lock up all the reader, right? And activate the siren. And remember, because this is the action that is triggered by a single batch activity, I did not program access granted to be back to normal. Because one thing is that if all the reader are locked, can you still open the door? No, right? So obviously, I'm not going to get access granted. So it doesn't make logical sense unless you have a separate reader that's not in that controller that is designed for that purposes, which we will talk about it on the global I/O, right? So what I can do is I can do a manual override by over here, setting it to false, or I can clear all terms to return all the condition back to normal state. Does that make sense now?
Yeah.
Alright, good. Yeah, and by the way, any of your local I/O action executed, you will be able to see your event on the event tree. Travis, you have a question?
So I just want to confirm if you got some doors that are open, and if you go into card reader lock, it's going to close the doors.
Yeah.
Got to disable the output and close the doors. So you got like an auto door that's
okay.
stays open during the day, or like stays unlocked during the day. It's going to disable that output. If
So
you go,
let me ask you a question, right? When I unlock the, let's say this is an auto dock, right?
Yeah.
Let's say this is an auto dock. Use this, right? Or maybe I use reader too. Right? If this is an auto dock, right? If I right click and unlock the auto dock, is that going to release the locking mechanism and the auto door is going to open the door by itself?
Yeah, and then it's just working.
Yeah, it's going to stay there all the time, and when I change this to cut only, it's like telling the door to secure back. It will reduce the mechanism and the auto door will close back.
Yeah, cool.
Right, so it's the same procedure in a manner.
Yeah.
Okay? Alright, any other questions? I know, Travis, what you're thinking, right? If this is on the Mercury hardware and this is on the airport, it will be a lot more easier.
Yeah, it would be done, and you guys would be paid, and so would we.
Well, in fact, this is what we have proposed to them right at the start. Sometimes the customer just prefer their own way, and this is what they get, right? But anyway, we will still help the customer and see what they have to get through to get to the end goal. All right. Any other questions on local I/O?
So Ken, if we don't reset the condition, it will automatically reset after an hour. Is that right?
Based on my setting,
yes.
Yeah. If I look at my function list, if I go into that, all reader lock for an hour, yes. After an hour, it will go back to cut only.
Okay.
It'll go back to normal, how it should be.
Yeah, which is go back to argument 1, right? Because if you look at the setting here, it says, right, if it's, so pretty much it will be locked for that time in argument 2.
Okay, so if it's
right, once it's
kind of just if you want that extra step of, hey, we've just been in lockdown, we want a badge and pin for people that have pin codes. So that like if like a hierarchy.
Yeah, you can do that, right? As in you can lock the reader. But if you want to change it to a mode and not set it to a lock, I would suggest go for reader unlock or set mode. That will be much more relevant because you can set it to cut and pick, and only those with pin code will be able to enter. Okay? Right, and remember this is all local I/O function, which means that you can use the panel to do the function by itself. You don't have to involve the software. That's why the function can be quite limited. But if you can think of a way to work with this function, yes, you will be able to achieve what you need to do. Okay? Alright. Any other questions? Yes, Travis.
If you got more than 6, do you just link another IO function, and then it's like your last one, and then you
change it to another function. Yeah.
Okay.
So if I say I want to change to the function, I can choose the next function and change it and change it and change it. Okay? But remember, don't create a situation where you make the controller go into a loop, right? And then you will never end that function and the controller will just crash after that.
Okay.
Okay? Alright. If no questions, right, you guys want to program a bit on this, or you guys want to go straight into the next topic, and we can talk about global I/O.
I'm
Have
still
you programmed? Have you programmed the local I/O already?
Yes.
Okay. Good. Thanks, James and Lindsay. Travis, you have programmed yours?
I'm just doing the keypad IO one.
Okay. And Harry, how about you?
I always have done.
Oh, you already done?
Yes.
Okay, good. So while Travis finish up the programming, I will prepare for the next topic, which is global I/O, right? And just to let you know what I talk about on local I/O is also here as well, right? And you have a bit more description that talks about all this stuff, right? So you can read through it, right? And let's say reader unlock, where's the reader unlocking reader or set reader mode, right? And chain event and all these things, set through. And of course people, right? So if you have auxiliary input and output, right, remember they are all usable for your local I/O function as well, right? And unfortunately they are not in the alarm panel programming, they are on the reader side because it's part of the reader, and then you can use the global local I/O to handle your input output trigger as well.
Ken,
Yes.
how did you do a double?
You don't need to do a dollar. It's built in by default.
Yeah, siren to activate the sounder.
Oh, a sounder when the dollar happens.
Yeah, when it's forced or held open.
Okay, so automatically you will have a local function that you can trigger with reader event, and you'll find door force open here, which is for daughter. And when that daughter happens, you can set a true condition when it's alarm. Set a true condition, and your true condition could be activating an output.
Okay.
Right, and then when the door force door open is re-secure back, that means when the door is closed back, you set it to a false, which means that then you will deactivate the output.
And that can also be on a timer. So you only want to go after business, after hours.
If you want it to be a timer, you just need to set it to a pulse action. Then you follow the timer.
Okay.
Okay, so you can choose on and stay with the door contact, or on for a timer based on the pulse duration.
So, I mean, so between, say, business hours, there's no dottle on the door, and say after business hours, you want the dottle to work.
Okay, so it means that you want a schedule to apply to this local I/O function.
Yes, yes.
Schedule to apply to the local I/O.
We don't have to worry about it.
No. Let me have a quick thing about it. First of all, you need to program your local I/O function, which is like what we talked about earlier. What you need to do is then go back to the reader page, define when your door open is going to trigger. You can set it such that during the after office hour, then you trigger the door open alarm, and that's where it will trigger the daughter.
Okay.
Alright, make sense?
Yep.
Yeah. Travis, yeah.
With the keypad duress, do we just select any reader?
Um,
Or can you do it with all readers?
No, or mainly depending on the reader that has keypad. So you can choose the in reader. You can tie it to all the reader if you want to, but normally I tie it to the reader with keypad.
Okay.
Right? In our scenario, we only use it with the reader with keypad, which is the in reader.
In reader? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. Okay, we go into the next topic, which is on global I/O. Right? To talk about global I/O, right? First of all, I must highlight to you, global I/O is coming from the server. It's not controller based. It's a server system-wide based, right? So which means that you can use the global I/O to do anything to any controller, get any input from any controllers, even get input from the software as well. So I can use a software event to trigger a set of action that consists of action on the controller or action on my third-party system as well. So I can use global I/O beyond just the controller, but coming from the software. But not only on the software, coming from the third-party system that come into the software as well. So in a lot of sense, when you have third-party integration by intercom connecting together and all these things or video connecting together, I can link them all together using my global I/O to redistribute down to the operation. So it's very powerful, right? And it uses my linkage server. And you'll be amazing. My linkage server is just one services in one server, right? And his job is quite massive, but he still have not given up yet. So a lot of times what the guy said, if I have so many action, will my linkage server crash? Potentially yes, but if you don't have a lot of things that use on the machine other than linkage server, I would say that your linkage server will not crash. And sometimes what the guys do is that they put the linkage server on a particular server that ties into the database to the system, but no other thing is running on that apart from the linkage server. Right, so it can have a dedicated linkage server for that kind of purposes. Right. Okay, so to configure a global I/O, let's go to my scenario to get a bit of realistic programming. Right, I'm going to program my panic alarm reset. So now we have talked about how we can activate the alarm using a panic button and also using keypad directs, right? But now I want the panic alarm reset. Imagine we have a real genuine situation and all the readers are locked up, right, on that controller. Now I want the panic alarm reset to be happening on the other reader 4 that is on the other controller 2210, right? Used by a special card, maybe a card number 417, right? And this particular card may be a card pulled by the security team when they are with the police or with the strike force, where they will be armed security and all these people coming in. So they will be using the card, right, to batch and make sure that this card got access granted, right? They must be entering the premises on this reader 4, right? So when they are using this reader 4 with the panic alarm activated, right, I will execute a function to reset the panic alarm. Because now I can reset the panic alarm because now all my strike force is ready to go and take down the person who's trying to come in, to take a. Of course, we know from the camera where is the person and go in from there, right? You don't want to go in blind, right? So obviously you already locked down the site. This is where you can do next. So to make that programming, right? Look at the input condition. My 417 must be granted entry made. So my question here is, what do I mean by entry made, or make sure that it's an access granted? Does anyone know? What do I mean by that? Okay, I get my 417 card, right? And I'm going to batch on the reader, right? Which I'm batching on reader 2 right now. You can see that I got granted no entry, right? And of course, and maybe this a bit so that I can see this is on card format. So I want to make sure that they already come in. So I have to click the switch so that I got the security operation coming in, right? Means that when I batch the card, I click the switch, right? I got access granted, right? Yeah. So you can see there's 2 events here. One is granted no entry, the other one is granted access. Okay, and this is the one that I really want to capture. Not granted no entry, because granted no entry means that they haven't come in yet, right? They just batch the card, but they haven't come in yet. But I want to make sure that they really come in. So because of that, right? Let's go to my DRP, right? I have to look under the monitoring, look for the alarm, and we talk about granted access. It's actually called access granted. So this is the actual event that we are talking about. Agreed? Right. So when I go into my global I/O, first of all, when you define a global I/O, right, there's a few things here, right? I will put in here panic, alarm, reset. In the global I/O, because it's coming from the server, you can always define which time zone are you working on? Am I referring to the time zone in Australia, or I'm referring to the time zone in Asia or in Korea? So you define the time zone that you are talking about. You have an event timestamp. This event timestamp is related to the input event. I could have multiple input events. There could be an AND and OR logic in the event. But this event, how long before I have to consider the whole event is one cycle away? 3 minutes is by default, which means that if I found the last event trigger to the next event trigger is beyond 3 minutes, my next event is considered a new event. Does that make sense? So that's what the event timestamp means. Of course, I have a logic correlation period. If I have multiple events, between the sequence of events happening, the interval cannot be more than 10 seconds. This is a default value. If you think that you need a longer waiting period, you can increase the correlation logic time period. Alright? So let's keep this as the default, and of course I can set when I want this global IO to be available. Right? Whether it's always or during certain hours. Okay? For panic, I want it to be always available. Then I go into the next section, which is the input event. Here, if I look at my condition, I have reader 4 with batch 417, right? And panic alarm. Do I have a batch 417 in the system? Can't remember. Maybe I've not created the batch 417. I've created the contractor, I've not created my batch 417, right? I'll do that during the lunchtime, right? But I'll program it in the system first. So obviously, right, I will go to my global IO, right? I can look at my event. I want to add an event, right? Remember, my event, I want it to be coming from reader 4, not every reader, right? I want it to be from reader 4. And I'm looking for what event? Granted access or access granted?
Access granted.
Yeah, okay, access granted, right? So be very careful to choose the right event, right? Once you choose the event access granted, if I click OK straight away, means that as long as anyone back on reader 4 with access granted, it will be considered event trigger, event input trigger. If I want it to lock down to only one particular card, I can put the card number over here. Means that only 417, right, is able to trigger that particular event condition. Right? So here, if I need another card, I can add another event for access granted reader 4, right? 418 or 937 or whichever cards. Maybe I have multiple cards that allow to do that. I can do that. Yes,
can we allow a double badge? Say you got a panic and then 2 people have to come in the building, so not one person by himself?
You have to first set the reader to double batch authority first, or double batch operation first, and then based on the double batch, you will create an access granted, and then you can get the event from there. Okay? This is one way. The other way is to get the double batch to trigger something as well.
Okay.
Okay? And of course, what is my next action here? I have my next action, which is my panic alarm must be activated. If my panic alarm is not activated, then I don't want to just accidentally batch the card to trigger the panic alarm reset. Right? So I'm using panic alarm as one example. Right? So first find my panic button, and of course, alarm says alarm, right? And I click OK. When I select my input condition here, this condition is a OR condition. Do you know what I mean by OR condition? It's in OR condition.
Yeah, I get you. So
which means that, yeah, go ahead, Trevor.
You can either do one or the other. If you got an AND state, it has to be both.
Right. So what happened is, in my scenario here, I say that these 2 events must happen at the same time, or must be happening, right? So I need to add them together. So by selecting on the record, it doesn't select. You have to make sure you have a tick. Select the tick here and select the tick here. That's where you can create the AND logic.
Like it.
Right? So once you create the AND logic, you create the parameter
다른
for
판넬을 보는 거죠?
Okay? My view, if let's say you think that it's not needed, you can always click on that AND logic and delete the AND logic and return back to all logic for you, right? Or you can just delete the all logic, return back. My advice, when you want to do global I/O, right? Create your event and go and test every single event to make sure that your single event is able to execute your action first. Okay? Yeah.
If you got two cards, did you have to do another?
Yes, another assessment. And then you can make the two event all logic, and then the last event with the two events become an AND logic.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Okay? You get more and more interesting, and I can tell you, if you are a person with very good micro logic kind of concept, right, you will create something very, very interesting out of coding, right? And no one will know your programming, no one will know why that output can trigger. You know the logic, you know how to make it trigger, but the rest of it, how come when you press this button it trigger? How come I press the button it doesn't trigger? Because there's a few more logic behind it.
You're not standing in the right spot.
I'm not standing in the right spot, not picking up by the camera, the camera didn't see the hand, yeah, all this stuff, right? And remember, I say global I/O is tied into our software integration with third-party systems. So if my video system is able to send me an event, if Branches or the developer can create an API and send me an event, I can use that event to be part of my logic as well.
Okay.
So it's way, way more powerful than what you see, right? So for us, I'm going to make it an AND logic, just to make it simple before I confuse everyone. Right, then I go to my output action. And what is my output action? I need to execute this one back to false to return back to normal state, and I want to execute an event message to say panic alarm reset. Okay, so to do that simple, I can just add a function. I can add the output action. Remember, it will bring up my action group, right? Remember the action group that we talked about? It will bring up the whole list of action group. I can go to either one of these action groups to execute a simple one, or I can create one that for grant deny pop-up such that it could be used for intercom purposes, which I'll explain a bit more if we got a bit more time. But I can go to my action group library and find my testing action. Remember, my testing action is for the siren, right? And I want my, or maybe, panic alarm reset. Where is my, oh, no. I want this one, execute function list. Because I have a panic alarm activation on the panel, right? I can execute one of my function lists as well. So not just on the action group library, but also on my function list that I created earlier under local I/O. And I go next. That's where I can find my action. Remember, it's not just on the panel, it's from any other panels that you have a function list. Right? So you can choose a multiple number of function lists together.
So you execute false and that resets it.
Yeah, you can list. So let's say you ask the question, can I do a global lockdown? Yes, you can, because you can have action that locks down all the panic alarm activation on all the panels. And then you can have another action to do a global action to execute false on all the panic alarm activation. Right? And what you need to do is just click OK. So you have your function executed with a false condition. And of course, I need to execute a message which says panic alarm reset. I can go down to this called generate event, right? This got nothing to do with hardware. It's just a software message, and the software message is just panic alarm reset. Right?
And you don't actually have to tie it to an event.
Yeah, it will come up as an event on this event monitor screen. Right? So the good thing about this is that it's very easy to program, right? It's very interesting, very flexible on how you can approach this whole thing, right? However, you can also create a loop in the whole problem, right? If I add an event and I say I want to add none on the device, it's a generic event, I can go for generic, right? And I can choose panic alarm reset and I add it in. guess what is going to happen?
Yeah.
It's going to go into a loop, and that's why your Wicked server will say, hey, I cannot stop now. I'm in a loop. Okay? Because it will based on that to trigger the action, and the action will trigger the message again, and you come back and say, okay, I'm going to trigger it again, and you keep going on your side. Okay? So be very mindful, don't get yourself stuck in a situation like this. Okay? Alright, any questions on how I configure my global I/O?
And sorry, could you show me the action output again? I lost you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
Yeah. So once I save the record, you will see this panic alarm reset. Of course, you won't see this underneath your alarm monitoring because it's a global action. A global action is defined within the software, it's in the database, right? It will execute according to the action of events, but it won't see in the alarm monitoring. Okay? So to give you a realistic example, right? I'm bringing up my camera, right? Let's go and have a look on what I have programmed on my global I/O here. I have a panic alarm reset, have always, right? And then the input condition is to, okay, I have 3 things, right? Alarm active, input 2, right? I have my door box open on reader 1, right? And then I have access granted on reader 2, right? By a card 417, right? Which I've tested my card, I know that I can get in, right? And these 3 events is going to execute a action where it will activate the return back to false and generate the event panic alarm reset. Okay? Looks okay? Simple, and I'm not going to be too complicated, right? And this is what I'm going to show you guys now, right? So, first I have my panic alarm activated, right? Let me bring up the camera, right? And all my readers in the log. I need my door force open to happen on the reader 1, right? You see my reader 1 door force open now. I need to get access granted on reader 2, entry name, right? And you can see that now, even though I haven't reset the input, right? All my doors returned back to normal, and the security strike force will have taken down the terrorist right now, right? Right. So it's interesting. Over the training, I say, okay, let me think of something interesting to create for the class, so at least there's something logical, but it may not be 100% accurate, right? But it's just an illustration, right? But the good thing here is that you can see from the event here that my local I/O has been executed because my global I/O has executed all these functions, right? You can see the message saying that executed false on this output, my panic alarm reset. I even get the message saying panic alarm reset, which is the message I want to display. Okay. Any questions on global I/O? Okay. All right. Where am I? Let me go back to my training slides. Right. So when you look at global I/O, these are the stuff. On global I/O, we talk about event timestamp and correlation logic, right, up to 10 seconds, right, and as well as you can create and or condition on the input condition, right. You can choose and make sure you choose the device first before you choose that, and then you can tie to a particular batch as well, right. And of course, you can make them and or all logic depending on how you want to tie them all together, right. And eventually you can make a very complicated and all logic. The only bad thing about this thing is that travelers may have programmed a very complicated logic, right? For me to go and read and understand the logic, I have to analyze a bit first, write down the things and see what are the logical events that will trigger the action, right? If I told the guys, if you can present this in a better manner, or give me a report, I can use the report to generate, that would be nice, but we can't. Maybe when they put it on the web, it may be much more interesting in that way. But you can see how powerful this thing can go, right? And of course, you can go up to the output action to execute your output action, and you can add more output action. I can even choose my output action to deactivate one of the batch. If let's say you want to use a global IO to deactivate the batch event. Okay, and of course executing function list. I can do a grant deny pop-up, so I can use a simple input button, type A to a camera system. I may not have an intercom, but I use the input button to actually trigger an input signal, and I use my global IO to trigger not just the grant deny pop-up window that show me the door, at the same time show me the camera. So in some site where we don't have intercom system, they press the button, you trigger the camera to pop up on the alarm monitoring, right, where you can see who is the person on the door, and you have this grant deny pop-up, and you can say which workstation is going to receive it, and how you click on it to open the door, or if you don't open the door, then automatically after 2 minutes it will time out. Right, so it saves another intercom system if you don't need a very complex intercom system. Right, and of course you can generate event to get an event message on the screen so that you can see, and by the way, this event message can be a trigger point for third party. Let's say, for example, Travels, right? When you work with, let's say, API, or when run our developer work with the API, they can pick up this message, and when they see this message, they say they will do something on their system. So I can use my event message to actually tell the third party system to do something through the API. So it's like a never-ending possibility of integration. Okay? All right. Up to this point, do you guys have any questions? Okay, if not, right, maybe now it's 11:50, right? Can we take about a 10 to 15 minutes break? We'll come back 5 minutes after the hour. And what I would like you all to do is that if you can, sometimes if you don't want to go for a quick break, right, you can read through a bit here. I will just skim through this very quickly later on, right? And because some of the things we have talked about, as we're done with that, I will go straight into the event archive, so that we can get the event archiving out of the way before lunch. And then when we come back from lunch, we will be doing more of the database stuff and backup and stuff. Is that okay with everyone? Right, and of course, during the last time you can play with your global IO or local IO, or you can look at some scenario and you want to ask me questions, we can use that time to catch up with that. Good. All right. So let's take a break and be back here 5 after the hour. All right. Great. Thank you, guys.
네, 지금 뭐 빨리 끝냈어.
All right. Lindsay and Trevor is back. James, Harry, and
Yes,
Harry is back.
yeah, we are back.
Good. Yeah, great. James is back. Okay. So, guys, let's continue on to the next section. We're talking about some additional alarm monitoring features, right? And in these alarm monitoring features, some of them I may just run through the slides, but just for your FYI, right? So if you have in the alarm monitor, if let's say you have a lot of device in the tree, right? You can always right click and or you can always control F to do a search if you know the naming convention or if you want to search for certain things. And by pressing F3, just a standard Microsoft stuff, right? And of course, sometimes if you have a lot of let's say a sticky dot contact or a particular input that is a bit not very well secured, it keep triggering alarm and getting a lot of false alarm for no reason. You can actually set a configuration in the system option, right? Inside the system option setting, you can actually set such that if you detect a continuous set of events for X number of time, right, for a period of within a period of time. That means to say if I have 10 events in 30 seconds, right? What the system will do, it will automatically make that event into a runaway mode. So without keep generating more events to your screen and start at your screen, you can make them into a runaway mode. And immediately after 10 seconds, if it's fixed and no more happening, not happening anymore, right? It will automatically restore back to normal condition. So you don't have to do anything, you just need to set the parameter and the system will do it for you. Okay? And this is in the system option, right? System option tab, and you will be able to turn on this runaway detection. You can set the number of events within a certain period of time. And you can still tell the system to continue to log the event. So instead of clocking up your alarm monitoring, you can still have the event logged into the database, right? But just not showing up and not bothering you on your alarm monitoring while you handle the task. Okay. And of course, you can switch your lock on, change your password from the alarm monitoring as well, right? So all these things are going to talk about. We have also talked about how you can use control F1, F11 to select all, and then control F12 to do a pass acknowledge all, right? So that's one is straightforward. And over in the view section, you have a list of staff, as well as on the option, you can also see a list of staff. You can turn on dark mode if you want to have a darker screen or darker layout. And remember, you need to log out and log in again after you selected. Okay, and if you want to do card holder verification, you can also do that. And that is, like what I have on my training gear. I can choose which door I want to turn on my card holder verification, and then wherever I batch my card, during lunchtime I will bring back the other controller, which allowed me to do blue diamond demonstration. But then you can actually when you have batch activity on it, you will actually show the photo and you will show the information of that. Okay, and of course, if you are talking about setting this up on your VLP, you can also do that easily from a VLP as well, right? Just like if I turn on view cardholder verification, right, and I want it on reader 1, right? And what I will need to do is I go into my event generator, right? And validate. And once I can log in, I can go to training reader 1, I get access granted, and I choose, let's say, let's choose Ken then, right? And then send the event, right? You can see that it will automatically show up based on that, right? It's just a swipe and show kind of thing. You all know what I mean by swipe and show, right? The new version allows us to actually populate a bit more things on the system as well. Okay, and you can open up more. I believe you can open up more as well. You can, if you need one more, you can open up one more, and you can have a second one on the other part of the window as well. Okay. All right. We will talk about reports maybe after lunch, right? And of course, we have trace window, which I show you how you can utilize the trace window to pull back events and reports. And of course, running through tracing, you can trace by the card, you can trace by the device and all this stuff, right? One little bit of advice, right? Remember, when you do a trace of the event, right? Don't open up too many trace windows, and the trace window doesn't get saved when you log out of the system. So when you log back into the system, you have to reopen up your trace window. Okay? And the same thing, you will see this available on the web as well. The web presents it in a different manner, right? So let me log into the web. The server is pretty slow. It's running so high. Okay. All right. Anyway, if I go into the web monitor, right? You can see the event, and if you trace a bit more on the event, I can click on, let's say, Ken, right? And I can look at his activity. I can open up more detail, which will open up on the user console, right? I can right click and say open up as a new tab. It will go into the console and search for Ken and bring up all the details about Ken, right? And while it's loading on the web, right, I can also look at, want to see a particular badge alone, or look at all the badges, right? And look at all the activity. I can check his access level from there. I can check his badges from here as well, right? And of course, if I open up the badge, I can find Ken's detail. I can go from there. Okay. And of course, on the trace window, right? The good thing about this on the web is that you can save that trace window, right? On a big client, you can't. Okay. Alright, and of course you can choose what you want to see. You may not want to see all events. You can choose, take for example, travel as a quick way of not showing up so much of access granted or access denied because you haven't programmed your cards yet, right? You can actually turn off the access granted, access denied from the alarm filter. Right, but be very careful if you turn it off, and then next time you want to see, you may wonder how come the access event doesn't come in, because you may have turned off the event filter. Okay? And of course, on the system tree, you can actually set such a way where you can open up multiple system status window. One of them showing you all the alarms, all the events, all the device that is working. Right? One of them can be showing you runaway detection or mask alarm or mask device. Or you can also having it display in a tree format instead of a list format, or in the list format, so that you can actually find your device in the alphabetical order. Alright, and of course you can set the clock and all these things. And over here you have all these parameters available. They're quite straightforward. I'm not going to go through every one of them. you should be able to understand that, and in fact you can actually turn it on and see what happens, right? The only thing that I will highlight is display status highlight and title. I'll show you, right? Execute command, all this quite straightforward. So remember, Travis, we talked about using instead of executing on a double click, you can actually enable to say I want to execute on a single click. So which means that you can actually execute the button based on that single touch on that icon. Okay. And of course, the last couple of things shows the controller capacity, the firmware revision, and all these things, which sometimes can be handy, but it will end up be cluttering too many things on your screen, right? So if I go to my alarm monitoring, you see the firmware most of the time. And by default, they don't turn on all these things for you, right? If you really want to turn it on, and if you turn it on, what you will see is that you will see a lot more information here, including memory use, how many card holder is stored, and that's all because I turn on all these things over here. Okay? If you turn it off, then you will not be seeing all this information, and maybe it's good when you turn it on at the start because you want to tidy up your controllers firmware at the start. Once it's done, you can turn them off, or you can turn it off for the operators, for the user's machine, right? But you can keep it on your machine so you can check your parameters. Alright, and of course series 2 or series 3 or this any questions on all those additional alarm stuff? Right, quite straightforward, right? Let's go on to event archiving, right? And to do event archiving, I will need you all to do together with me, right? But before I go into event archiving, let me just show you what you see. Maybe I'll run through a few slides first. By default, you all know what is event, or when I talk about archiving, what am I trying to archive, or what am I trying to back up or archive? Does anyone know
All the
what?
history, the transactions on the system.
Alright, when I do archiving, I'm actually moving all my history, my transaction, my alarms, events into a separate location. But that does not contain your configuration. So your configuration is in the database, it's not in the archive. When you archive your events. Okay? So, and can I ask also, if a system that you installed 10 years ago, after 10 years, when you go back to the site and look at the system, what built up over the years?
Event history.
The event history, not the database, not the configuration. The configuration pretty much only take about 10 to 20% of the database. The majority of the database is all accumulated by the event and history, right? So if you don't have a proper archiving or your event management method, your system will go crazy, right? Like one thing that I noticed in TCOM, where the TCOM C4 just keep on going history, so much so that the database cannot handle, right? And that become quite a big nightmare. And of course, in LENEL, we have different way of handling the archiving and history, and we will go into that quickly, right? So, to talk about that, first of all, right, I must highlight to you guys, before ONCAD 7.0, before I come to Australia, right, all the archiving of event is being pushed into a share folder in a flat file, like a text file, which means that you can open up the text file, you can manipulate the text file, you can corrupt the text file, right? To me, it's not secure enough. And I asked LENEL, seriously, for a big enterprise system, you do archiving the text file? And worse, if you have a very, very large system, you could have millions of events for maybe 6 months, right? Or even 1 month or 3 months. Some of the systems could have 18,000 events a day. So in those kind of systems, how do you archive the text file? You can imagine if you archive millions of transactions into one file, will it be a nightmare to open the file? If the file itself could be like megabyte, or worse if we go into a gigabyte, right? So what happened is that from 7.0, we start to introduce archiving, which is almost about 10 years ago, right? And during that time, I was so happy that they archived the database, because now you can, archive to a database which is much more able to handle your SQL, can handle it in the proper manner. Okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how the archiving to a text file works. But you don't have to do that on your system. What I will then ask you to do together with me is to set up the system to archive to a database. Okay? So we'll do that exercise together, but let me archive to a text file and show you what is the difference when you archive to a text file. So first, right, to show you how I archive to a text file, right, let me get a simple report, right, or maybe not yet. Let me get a simple report, right. I go into reports. I can look at a simple report like user report. And of course, user report by transaction, by user ID, I can use one of these report and I can do a quick preview. And it will show me a report. Okay, based on my events, I have about 3 days of events, and I have a couple of events from here as well. I can go into those days to see what did I do, what did I configure. All these are user events, right, within the system. So obviously I have three or 4 days of events. So when I want to archive, this is how archiving was done back in old days, right, or before 7.0. And in fact, I'm not surprised some customers are still archiving to that. I'm not too sure about Lindsay and James. We have customers still archiving to a text file. So how do they archive?
To a database.
Oh, good. Alright, if they are still archiving to a text file, please help them to move to database, which I'll show you how to do that in a while, right? So let me go to archive. And when I look at archive, by default is archive to a text file, right? So you'll be asking, after 10 years, why is it still archiving to a text file? But that is what we have in the system. We know that there's still a lot of customers still haven't moved on to the database yet. So once we know that people are moving on to the database, when you get a new version, it will be loaded with, by default, archiving to the database. For now, you have to manually set up the archive to the database, which will run through that in a couple of minutes. But let me show you, right? Over here is archiving to a text file, as you can see, right? When I do an update of records, I can have about 6 events. I have about 500 over user transaction that is in my database right now, right? And the number of days defined by you, right? This is default 180 days. So you can change this value, right? So I'm going to change this value to 3 days, right? When I change this to 3 days, right? I do a count. You can see that now it tells me that, well, I still have all this in the database, right? But when I do a check on the record based on this parameter, I have about 374 user transactions that can be archived based on this parameter. And of course, if I want to go down specific, I can actually go down to say archive a specific event. Maybe because some events are video related event, there's a lot and I want to clear them from the system. I can do that as well, right? I can go down to specific and go down to individual one of the tables, right? So at this moment, I'm just going to click OK. And if I do an archive and purge now, right? What is that it will bring those 374 events, right, from the database across to the text file, because it's pointing to the text file and the text file is located here, right? So if I do an update count, you can see that now I only left with 196. Okay? And of course, because it's archived to a text file, right? Obviously, I can find that in the text file folder, right? C drive, program files, it's program file 6. I will have OnGuard, right? And I will be able to see archive. And inside here, I have the archive folder. right? And of course, I can see my user transaction event. If you double click on that, you'll notice that this is a text file that contains all your events, which you can mess up by just typing in values and changing the text file if you need to change the text file, which is very risky sometimes. Okay, so be very careful not to go into a state where you actually mess up the text file, right? So this is where your event is, right? And is where we archive. So you always have a date on it. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to my desktop. Okay, because I'm going to show you something. Alright, so when I have my archive to a text file now, right? So obviously if I try to run a report, what do I get now if I try to run this report? You will get event that is based on anything within 3 days. Anything more than 3 days, you will be in the archive. Right? So if I need to run a report of anything that's in the archive, I do have to go back to my archive, go on to the restore section. I have to take that file, right, of the 374 event. I have to restore back to my database. Okay, and when I restore, all your 374 events will be returned back to the database, right, which is here, right? And now, when I run the report, well, report now, but I want to use the archive record. And when I do that, and I do a print preview, it will pick up events that is more than 3 days. Got it?
Yep.
Right. What it does in the system is whenever you restore the archive, right, it actually bring back those files, put it into a temporary table inside a database. So the database is still one database, right? But it bring back to the table. But remember, this is a temporary table. If you don't clear this table, it will eat up the database space, right? Hard disk space by database size. And the other important thing is, imagine if I have a million records in the system, in the file, where I restore to the database from a flat file to the database with a million transactions. How fast do you think that restore will be? Definitely not going to be fast. It could be half an hour if you're lucky, right? If your machine is fast. If its machine is not fast, it could be in the hours of 2 hours, 3 hours. And a lot of times, if a consultant or end user tell me, Ken, the guys have installed a new version, right? But how come when I want to run a report from my archive, they say that they need 4 hours to run the report? Then the first thing that comes to my mind is that they have not moved the archive from a text file to a database. And that's why it's taking 4 hours, because you need to go and extract all these things and put it and restore it. Otherwise, you should be able to run the report straight away. Clear out this one? Okay. So, with that, that is how your archive is going to work. You may ask the question, if I need a transaction report that involves current history and archive, the question here is, yes, you do need that. You will need to run 2 separate reports because they are under 2 separate physical locations. Okay. Alright, so guys, I want you all to do the archiving with me, right? And before you all do the archiving, if you all can go into the administration and open up archives, right? And we will get ready to go into archiving. Before I go into archiving, I have to clear my transaction record here, right? I have to clear the transaction record. I can't set up the archive to database with something still in my database. So I have to make sure that I clear this transaction. And the first thing that people will do is that, oh, there's a delete archive. Okay, fine, I will delete here, right? And I say, well, okay, go ahead, delete. I say, can't delete this, right? And say, okay, so deleted, but not I did not delete the archive transaction or the transaction that I brought in from the file. In fact, I actually deleted the file. And if you have deleted the file, you may be thinking, let me go back to the folder, right, and search for that file. It's no more there. Worse, if you go into the recycle bin, thinking that maybe it's on the recycle bin, right? Double click on the recycle bin. Sorry, it's not there. There's nothing there, right? It's not even on this folder. So, am I right to say that you lost the file already? Right? So be very careful when you need to clean up for your customer, right? Make sure you go into their archive folder, right? Don't care how big is their file, right? Just back up the whole archive folder to a USB drive before you move their archive to a database. Is that okay? Right. So in theory, you should be deleting the archive from here, not here. Okay, so I should be deleting this from the event, right? And once I delete, this is good to go now. It's empty. Okay, so don't worry, I will show you how I'm going to bring back that archive in the server. So if everyone has everyone opened up your archiving? Alright. What I will do is I will need you all to change your value here, right? You will change to 3 days. For me, I can't go for 3 days anymore. Because if I go for 3 days, there's nothing for me to archive, right? So you guys can go for 3 days because you guys will have not archived yet. So if you modify, right? And if you want to see if I go for specific event, right, you can see that you can go down to specific event and look at the detail. But I'm not, right? I'm going to go for this, right? So what I want you to do is to set this to 3 days, right? So select the folder, select the column here, press the number 3, right? And then select on the next column. It will automatically put in the days for you. Don't try to type, because if you try to type, you will not accept the value. So just put the number and go to the next column or next row. You will automatically populate the rest of the value for you. Okay? Has everybody done that? So you should be putting 3 and you can do an update count. You will be able to see that how many records you are ready to archive. Okay, thanks everyone, right? And next thing that we're going to do is we are going to choose archive to a database over here, because you guys are going to archive to a database. By the way, this is on the training guide, right? When we talk about archiving to a database, right? This is where we talk about archiving to a database. If you want to use the default naming convention, this is the default name called access control with a capital C and A, right? And then underscore archival, right? With a VAL at the back, not VER, right? So this is what the default name is. So what I will do is that I will say archive to the database, and I put in the name of the database. Access control underscore archival. Alright. Have everybody typed in your archival database name? Great, thanks Lindsay, thanks Travels. Right, James and Harry, you guys are okay? Thanks, James.
Yep, okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, once you have typed in the name, go ahead and click OK. Right, the system says that once you archive to a database, you can't go back to the text file. Fine, I'm not going to go back to the text file, right? And say yes to continue. Alright, what the system will do, it will bring up your good friend, Stella Assistant. Right, and Stella System will ask you, right, you have your backup and all these things. You will try to configure your access control archival database for you straight away over here. And they'll ask you who is your internal user account. If you are using your own user account, you can put in your username and your password, and you should be able to authenticate through, and you click start to start your archiving. But of course, it's asking for SA password. Anyone still remember what is our SA password for who? For SQL or for Windows or for OnGuard?
That will be SQL one.
Yeah, so make sure you check back what is my SA user account and the password is here, right? So this is the password I'm looking for SQL, right? And this is the password that I'm going to paste here. And once I connect, it tells me, okay, this is the database I'm going to create for you. I install the database, right? And it will finish up your archival setup in about a couple of minutes, right? Not hours. Okay. While it's finishing up, do you guys have any questions or want to ask? Yes, Travis. Travis, you want to ask?
Yeah, I noticed that in that section it said underscore data. Is that just like, you don't have to worry about that as long as you put
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
fine.
The name that you see in the application is called access control archival. The file itself is called access control underscore data. Right? It doesn't matter. If you want to make the name the same, you can. But I normally leave it the same because the SQL will handle it from there.
Can we see this database?
Oh. Yes, you can. We will go to that after lunch because after lunch we will be doing backup, and of course you will see that in the database. You just need to go into Management Studio, which we will do that after lunch. Okay, and of course the file is inside the database, which we will see that in a short while as well. Not now, but after lunch. Okay, once it's done, right, you will see that an Archive Management tab showing up on your archive folder, archive window. When you go into the archive management, they tell you your archive, your access control archival, right, which is an archive data file, right, it's about 3 meg right now, right, and of course, if you do an update record count that has nothing, because nothing has been archived yet, okay, and to set up your archive, right, this is where you can now try to run the archive by doing the archive now. It will push from here to the archival management. Okay, remember we have a good friend called scheduler, right? So let me try to do the archive now and make sure that my archive is working, right? So I'm going to archive now, right? And it will push all these events into the archive management, right? And when I do an update count, you can see that now there's nothing to archive and my event is down to 158 and I only have 5 events left. So when I go back to archive management, I can do a check. You say that I have 1 event, the oldest record in my archival database is dated the 10th of May. Right, and you can see the event here. The good thing about this is that now, because it's already in the archival database, when you want to run the report, you don't have to go and restore the database anymore. You just need to choose archival record and you can do a preview. It will just pick up straight from the archival database. Does that make sense? So it will be a lot faster, especially when you deal with reports now. Right? You don't have to restore back the text file. Okay? So what happened to the text file that I previously archived? Right? I told you if you back up to a USB folder, you haven't wiped it away, good, right? Because what you can do is you can say, okay, show my deleted archive, and say that, okay, Ken deleted this, right? Okay, ask for Ken, will you do a backup? Yeah, where's your backup? Okay, I back up to the desktop. So what you do is that you can pick up the file, pick up the link, right, and say I want to restore this archive. What it will do is that it says that I cannot find the file in the archive folder. Right? If you have a backup, you want to search for the file. Yes. And of course, you go to where your backup is, find the file, and open up the file. You say, I managed to find that file. It's about 374 events, which is matched up to this. Are you ready to archive those transactions to the database now? Say, yes, go ahead. Oh my, I think this is a problem in the service pack 1. Okay, lucky you guys don't have to worry about this, right? For me, because it's truncated now, I can't restore those text files back to the database, right? Because it's stuck there in the text file. Something in the text file is missing. That's why I can't restore that. Truncated. Does it mean that it's not? Okay, I have to. This one is a separate problem that I have to fix. But yeah, if you are working on your customer system, I'm pretty sure that you won't have this issue, right? This issue is more because of this 8.1, and I'm archiving to a text file from 8.1, right? Otherwise, you should be able to restore this event back to your archival database. Okay? Any questions on this archival?
What's
Yeah,
configuration?
purge. Okay. Before I go to purge, let me go to one portion. Is this archiving from archive to archive management? Is it done manually at this point in time? I have to manually do the archive. How often do you have to do your archiving for your customer system? Maybe I will ask Lindsay this question, or James, right, or Harry.
1 year.
Okay, so some of you may archive anything more than a year,
I think every month, every 2 months.
right? Let's say every 2 months, right? All subjected to how big is your customer database. If your customer database is not very big, after 1 year it's still manageable. You can run archive once a year. But the best way, if you ask me, is like what Lindsay did, right? Which is running archive maybe once a week or once every 2 months. Because if I do a 1 year archive, means that I have 1 year of record that I need to push to the database. That one execution will take a long time because it will need to get 1 year of record and push it into the database. If I do a modular archive, I archive either once a month or once a week, I only have 1 week of record to archive, which is going to be very fast. So the execution of the archive is going to run in like seconds. So it really boils down. But if it's a very small system, and 1 year is only a small set of record, then you don't need to make your server so busy to archive every week. You can do an archive once a month or once a year. Right? Another thing that you will do is that you will consider whether the person run the report every week or the person run the report every month, and how often they need to go back to the history. If they have to go back normally up to 3 months, you may want to keep the last 3 months or last 6 months of record in the history, so that you don't need to keep going to archive. You only go to archive when you already have an auditor say that I need to run back your 2 years of record. Then you have to go back to that archive to bring that record. Does that make sense? Right? So there's a lot of consideration that you have to work with your customer to see how often you need to archive. If you have worked out, and let's say for example in our scenario here, right, I have worked out such that we want to do my archiving, right, using my scheduler to do a weekly archive, happen on a Sunday at 12 midnight. Right? So I will go into my scheduler and say, well, right, I'm going to add an action, and this action now is to archive or purge live database, right? So this action is actually to move from live database into archive. Okay? And when I say yes, right, there's nothing you need to do from here, you just need to set the schedule. It's going to happen on every Sunday, so it's a weekly thing, every Sunday at 12 a.m. in the morning or midnight, and click OK. And once I click OK, the system will do the archiving from there. And if you want to know if the archiving works or not, right, you can right click and say start action, right? And then you just need to refresh to see did it succeed or fail. If it failed, find out why is it failing. Otherwise, if it says succeed, you are good to go, right? You can actually leave it next week, you will do the archiving, or when Sunday comes, you will do the archiving for you. Okay? Alright. And of course, if for some reason if the archive fails, you can always right click and review the history and see when did the archive fail. and you can fall back to and see what happened to the database. Maybe the database was disconnected during that time, or maybe something happened to the connectivity to the database.
Question, Ken. With
Yeah,
with the scheduled archives, it's not going to overwrite the previous archive, is it? It's just going to continuously have a new archive every single month, and it's up to you to kind of delete if you're running out of space.
Okay, correct. So this is I must have that I have done is a schedule of this archive to based on this parameter, how much data is going to push from live into the archive management. When it gets pushed into the archive management, your archive management over the years or over the months will keep on growing and growing and growing. It's going to add on to that archive management. It's going to increase this archive database file.
Okay.
Right? So it will not make your access control database very big, but it will make this archival database very big. So then now the next question is that how big you want this to go? How much of an archive do you need to keep for your customer? For banking industry, they say 7 years. Right? For some other, I'm not too sure about ministry, they may say they only need 1 year or 2 years or 3 years of record. So depending on how many years of record that you need to keep in the archive, you can then set your parameter here, and that's where your purge now will work. You can manually purge those events that's older than 3 years of records in your archival database. So Travis, this is where your purge now will be used to actually remove the data from your archival records. And it is unfortunately a manual process. It's not a scheduled process because it's a process that you need to confirm with your customer before you run this purge now. And once you purge, you remove it from your archival database. If you ask me, right, my advice to you, before you purge the database, for example, my customer say they only want to keep archival of up to 5 years, right? So what happens is I set this to 5 years, right? And of course, I may have a lot of records that are ready to purge, which is more than 5 years. Before I execute the purge, I will go into the SQL, back up this database, and I will say that this database is currently from 2017 to 2023, because it has maybe 1 more year ahead, right? We have 6 years of record. So I will back up this file and say this is for 2017 to 2023, right? And then I will purge now, and then I continue, right? Every year I'll come back and clear backup. I'll put down the year for that archival database. If one day the customer say, I know we only keep record for 5 years, but unfortunately I have something that I need to retrieve that is 7 years ago, back in 2017. Say, no worries, I did a backup for you, right? At the most, I can restore that archival database back into the system, help you run the report, right? Make sure you're not doing any archiving, right? Run the report, get the data out for your customer, remove that database, and put back your original archival database. Does that make sense? Right? So it's the bit of a procedure to take a very, very old archive and put it back in. But when you come to that time, if you're not too sure, reach out to us, we will give you some guide, and you can test it out on your test system so that you can get the confidence that you know what you're doing. Then you can actually work it out for the customer. Okay, does that explain all things about archiving?
Yep.
Okay, great. Alright, so with that, right, if you look through the training guide, it will talk about all those things that we talk about, how to use the schedule to run the archive and how the archiving works. Right? I have not touched about report yet. We will come back from the lunch, and then we will talk a bit about reports, about what you can do with the reports, and then we will go into database backup and restore. Okay? Any other question from everyone?
No. All good.
Okay. If not, have a good lunch, and I will be back around 1:30 or maybe a couple of minutes before 1:30. If you have any question, you can ask me during then, right? And for Henry and Jeremy, right? Your time will be 12:30. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, but if let's say you are not back yet, we will wait for you to come back before we do reports and backup.
저는 크게 안 줘가지고.
그래?
예.
Okay, only in the newer version you see access report config. Sometimes, if you don't have a lot of modification on the web reporting, you can just ignore this, you don't need to back up this, but if you want to back up, you can always right click and back up this guy. Okay? So I will show you how we back up this guy. Do you know where this was created? So when this was created?
네, 하나예요.
Yeah, narrow.
Yeah. And of course, if you right click and look at the properties, right? It was created an hour ago, and the name is this. But if you go into the files, that's where you can see that the file is for access control 2_data.
예.
Okay?
카메라요? 네, 일단은.
And of course, there's other parameters here, right? We don't need to worry so much about it. Alright.
네,
So, how many of you have done backup using SQL Management Studio before? Okay, Travis,
예, 이민들을 딱.
Lindsay, James, Harry, and Jeremy, have you all done this before?
아니야, 괜찮아요.
부른다.
네.
Yes.
No? No comment?
네. 네.
Yes or no?
Yes. 아, 진짜 짜증나네.
Okay, good. Okay, I'm going to ask you a few questions, right? Of course, you may ask me, why is OnGuard not able to do a backup through the application, right? Because majority of OnGuard system customers are very heavy, very database centric. They are actually very self-sufficient. They don't want anyone to use OnGuard application. The application is more for the security operation. The database backup is all done by the administrator, done by the IT department and all these things. So they do their backup from the database side. So they can schedule, if you have full SQL, you can schedule a regular backup. You can schedule a full backup with partition backup, or I would say what do you call it? Partial backup, which consists of the changes and not the full database. So it will keep the backup a bit smaller and smaller, right? But they have modular backup along the way. So depending on how they want to do the backup, they can always do their backup from the SQL, right? I'm going to teach you the most basic one that we are doing. If you go to the site, you want to back up a copy for yourself and keep a copy so that you can keep a record in case one day the customer mess up the system, right? So to do a backup, right click on the access control, right? And that's where you go to the task and say you want to do a backup. And when I say I want to do a backup, the very first thing is source access control, right? All these things stays the same. You don't need to worry about changing it. The only thing that you need to do is look at here. Do you normally back up to the default folder, or you actually create your own backup?
Create your own backup.
Alright, so I'm going to create your own backup, and of course, I have a backup folder in my C drive, right? If I go back to my C drive, I have a backup folder here, right? So I'm going to put it onto the backup folder. Open up, and I will find my backup folder. Right, so I'm on the backup folder, and I'm going to give a name to my backup. Access control, and then underscore today's date, right? 0511. Sorry, 12. Right? Can I ask, do I need to put the .bak at the back? Do I need to put the extension .bak at the back? Like what?
No.
Oh, okay, fine. Right, I go without .bak and I click OK. So I have the file here. Alright. Am I ready to do the backup? Okay, let's try. Okay. Of course, it will back up successfully. Alright, and of course, if I check the folder, I do have my backup file here. All good? Right? So Sorry?
No.
Oh, good.
I think you got to put the .mdf, don't you?
We'll see.
Okay.
Right. Let me go to the backup now again, right? I have two folders here. So, what does these two folders tell me?
That is two backups.
It creates two backups.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So, I'm going to doubt that answer, right? What I'm going to do now is I'm going to remove all this. I'm going to create another backup now, right? And this time now, I'm going to make something more differently, right? I'm going to, same thing, put in the backup file, I'll put access, control, underscore, 20230512 with BAK. And like what Lindsay is suggesting, maybe I should put the .pak at back. Okay, I'm going to put the .pak at back. And now I click OK. Right? And of course, I have the backup over here, and I'm going to execute the backup. Everything, it will back up successfully, right? And you will say, okay, fine, I'm happy, right? When you go into your backup folder, not here, when I go to the backup folder, and this is the one with the .pak, this is the one without .pak. You notice something different.
It's a back file.
One is say it's a back file, but what else is different?
The size.
Yeah, thanks Travers. What do you think the size, the last backup that I did is bigger than the previous backup that I did?
One's a text file.
No? Alright. Okay. What happened is, if I tell you the earlier backup was a backup which split the whole database into two files. So having two locations doesn't mean that it creates two identical backups, but instead it creates a backup media 1 of 2 and 2 of 2. It creates an interdependent backup which they split the backup data into two separate files.
So you have to have the one.
Sorry?
So you have to have one.
So you have to have the other one before you can restore this backup. So take for example now, right? Of course, right now if I just delete this backup, right? I can just delete the backup. Obviously I have my some program running, right? Don't care about it, I just go to delete, right? And I'm going to restore my backup. Okay? So I say restore, not database. Because this one, I want to restore from file, right? Yeah. Okay, so actually which one? Restore database. Maybe I should just restore database. And I want to go into a device. And if you notice, if I try to choose the file, right? I choose the one that is from the backup folder. You notice that hey, I can't see the one that I have backup without an extension.
It's looking for a back file.
Yeah. And then if I drop down and select all files, then I can see that file. Nothing wrong with the .pak, it's just how Microsoft SQL handle it. So if you are having a situation like this, don't worry about it, nothing crazy, you still have a backup, you can bring it back on, right? By just selecting all files. But be very careful. Right now, is this backup ready to restore? No. Because when I click OK, you notice that the system says that this backup set is not ready. Because there's no actual backup data. I need to go in and browse for that file and look under the content. Sorry, I need to select this and look under the content. It says that this is media 1 of 2. And because it's a media 1 of 2, right, you can't really restore until you get the other media. And if you happen to go and uninstall the previous SQL and happen to remove the whole SQL folder, then my suggestion is quickly go to the trash bin and make sure you find the folder and restore back into the folder, right? Because your backup has just gone with it. Right? If you put that back in, right, and you click OK, the system will say, oh, I got all your files.
So
okay.
With that, just remove the SQL one.
Well, with that, normally if you are going in to do a fresh new backup, I would suggest remove any other links that's there. Keep the one backup file that you want and put that file there. Okay, and you will be safe in that manner. But most of the time, people just do a backup by just executing a backup. You just go to the SQL folder and backup that file. That will be the same case as well. Okay, but when you start to create multiple backups, that's where you have to be careful. And this all starts because Microsoft SQL used to do tape backup. Maybe Lindsay will know, right? Last time when we deal with SQL or database backup, they used to be tape drive. And then you have to say, okay, insert tape one of two, right? And then after you finish tape one use up, say please put in the new tape. Take out the old tape, put in the new tape, and that's one of two. Then you have to label the tape, say this is media one, and then that is media two. Right? Every time you restore, you have to make sure you get all these tape ready. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so once you have all files, right, I can restore this file. Obviously, I'm going to restore the backup. You will restore successfully. Okay. One very important thing about SQL, right, which is we did talk about SQL, right? You can see that the access control here, right? And if you look at the property, who is the owner for access control archiver? Who is the owner? The NEL. Who is the owner for access control now? SA. And that is because I'm logging on to the SQL using SA account, and when I restore the database, they automatically make SA the owner of the database. Okay? We will not want the SQL on our database to be managed by SA because SA is not the right user account to own that database. So in our training guide, right, here it talks about how you can create access control, right? How you make the LENEL user, right? You can go through a bit. They tell you how to manually create that and the property of access control, right? And how the database size is matched up, how to size up the start. All this is done for you already when you use the assistant mode. Okay? But if you ever have to manually configure, this is where your guide is, right? But of course, you know, all these things we already done the installation package done for you, and how to create the LENEL user, what is the LENEL user default password, right? And what role does the LENEL user need to have, and of course what mapping need to have. The last step on the SQL is to make LENEL the owner for the access control database. Okay? And this is the one last step that we need to do when we restore the database. Right? We just need to right click and say new query. And over here, what you need to do is sp underscore change DB owner space LENEL. Right? Of course, you can double check, make sure that you are pointing to access control database, and you can just execute the command. You will say command completed successfully. Alright. That is pretty much what I need to do in terms of backup and restore. I delete the database and I restore the database. And throughout this process, my alarm monitoring will say that, when I deleted the database, the alarm monitoring cannot find the database. Now all activity will stop, you will automatically be logged off. I click OK. And now they will say that your database is up, you are ready to log on anytime when you are OK. So obviously I can log on to the database now, and everything will still run as per normal. Same thing for system admin, right? If you got the same message, right, you say hey, database is up and running, you may log on when you are ready. So I can log on from here as well. Alright. Any questions from anyone?
Ken, if you forget to change the owner,
DB owner?
yes, what will happen? Will it fail to start?
It may start, but you may have some problem when you try to run store procedure, or when you try to run this few internal program that require a script. One very common thing that people will notice is that when they try to go into the action group library, right, and they try to add a new action and they try to bring up the action, right, they can't bring up this table. Okay? And that is an indication sometimes to tell me that the user do not have the right permission. And SA, even though they are the super admin, right, to the database, but it's not the super admin to OnGuard, or it doesn't have the admin to update OnGuard configuration. That's why it's very important to make sure that they must be in a mixed mode and the LENEL user must be managing some part of the application, or at least, if possible, the owner of the database. Okay? Alright, remember somewhere at the start of the training, I mentioned to you, if your customer insists that they want to go and change the LENEL password every 90 days, you can charge them a service call, come into the site and change the password using a procedure, and 15 minutes later you can go and have a drink or have a beer at the bar or at a club, right? Or enjoy your beer for your Friday, right? Of course, don't mess up the system. But this is where, right? How you can change it. Not this way, right? This is what the IT would like to do. They will change this from here. They will just go in and type in whatever password they like. They say, I will change the password for you. Or they force the password policy and lock down this LENEL user, right? What I always tell the IT, this LENEL user is what our application is using. I don't log in using LENEL. The application is using it to log on to the database, right? To connect to the database. So if you decide to change this, you make sure that the application understands how to change this password. Right? In my training guide, I have a section that talks about how to talk about backup, translation, for those guys in Korea, right? If you are dealing with Korean language, we support the Korean language. When you have your OnGuard installed, do mention that you need it to be able to display Korean language. They will turn on the Korean language for you. Typically, Ivan and Ben will handle that. They can actually make sure that your system is licensed with Korean language and you should be able to display in Korean. Right? For Harry and Jeremy, if you need that license to be turned on with Korean language for your license, for your training license, send me a note. I can turn on the Korean language.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, cool.
And of course, yeah, we can talk about database upgrade and all these things over here as well, right? This is the section that talks about how to change the LENEL password. If you want to put a note somewhere on page 553, right, it will explain to you how you can do that. Okay, first of all, you need to locate LS login driver services. And the big thing is to run the login driver as an application. Okay, how to do that, right? So I'm going to show you. Okay, remember, don't change the password from here. You will crash. You will not crash. You will break the system. But of course, if you change the password back, you will be back to normal first. But the best way to change the password is cancel this, right? And go into services, right? I have my services, and I have my login driver over here. Okay. Before I do anything on the service, you will find a login driver on the OnGuard folder as well. And you may be thinking, oh, I just launched these guys straight away, right? I run it as an administrator. No, because the application is running as a service over here, and because of that, you can't run this program. So you have to stop the service. So when I stop the service, you may think that the service has stopped, and I try to run the login driver again. Right? It will fail because the service takes a while to end the task. So if you look at your task manager, right, and if you sort according to your task manager, look for LENEL, you'll find your login driver still running in the background. Anytime you stop a service, right, especially for login driver and communication server, there is a lot of handshake that they need to hand off before they stop the full services. Okay, and it takes between 30 seconds to a minute for the services to be fully terminated, and you will be able to see this go away in your task manager. Once this is disappeared, you can launch your lock-in driver as an application, which I will show you in a short while, right? It has gone away, which means that I'm good to start my lock-in driver, right? As an administrator, and it's able to start right now. It doesn't complain anymore. Obviously, on the services, you will not see the services running, right? And where is my lock-in driver? It's on the bottom right-hand side under the mini taskbar here. Right, what you need to do is right-click and say open up. To open up a small window. Like, maybe Lindsay will appreciate this, right? Back in old days, maybe 10, 20 years ago, when we are working on system running on Windows 98, Windows 95, or Windows 2000, they don't have services in the background, right? Everything is running with a separate DOS command, or DOS command that is run in the background. I say, don't close that window. Once you close that window, the application is not going to run. So minimize it, keep it running at the bottom, don't touch it, right? And that is how we deal with services in the old days. But of course, now Windows go out with services. This is the place where you can go into the edit and you can change your password from here. Okay, and when you say you want to change database password, it points to Lenel and SA. Alright, and this is how you make your 2-hour service call in a 15-minute time. Of course, the best way is to convince the customer not to change the password every 90 days. Otherwise, if you forget, then it becomes an issue to the customer where they can't, the system can't run. Okay, so obviously when you end or when you exit the lock-in driver, right, you will disappear from your mini taskbar. The lock-in driver close off. In the old days, because it's not running as a service, it's a lot more easier. When you close the application, you close the handshake, right? And of course, when you right-click and start the service, it will start straight away. Okay. Any questions on how to launch the lock-in driver as a service, as an application? And do you guys notice when I do that, is my application locked up? No, my application is still running in the background. Even though I stop lock-in driver, I restart, launch it as an application. I restart the lock-in driver, my application is still running. The lock-in driver is used especially at the start when you try to log onto the system. Once you log onto the system, the lock-in driver may randomly get checked, right? And if you continuously try to search for information, yes, you may be prompted that your lock-in driver may not be available. But then you just need to log out and log back in again, you'll be fine. Okay? But every time, whenever they say there's a problem with or when the application complains there's a problem with the lock-in driver, the first thing that comes to my mind is something to do with my database or connectivity to a database. Okay? Alright, any questions?
My database restore failed.
Okay.
I went,
Do you delete your database?
no,
You didn't delete your database.
so I have to delete it and then restore it.
Okay, first of all, right, with database, you can't restore a database back to a running database. You have to delete the database before you can restore a database here, because the database has a folder where it keeps the files, right? So obviously when you try to restore a database, it's trying to restore to the same location, and the system will say that, hey, you have the file there, you cannot overwrite the file, and that's why your restoration failed.
Okay.
Okay? By the way, if you ever have to work on any database and you're not too sure, want to do a double check with us, my suggestion is, you have your training license, you have an on-guard that you can load up on the machine, play with whatever you can on the machine, before you work on the customer side, because if you work on the customer side and then suddenly something goes wrong, right, it becomes very hard to mitigate, right? But if you have a backup, like what I did, you can always recover back from your backup. All right. So continue on. There's a few things on the installation tips, right, which I'm not going to go through. Remember, it's very, very important to make sure the UAC turn off. Otherwise, when you install OnGuard, you may not be able to install 100%. Okay, and of course we can work with antivirus, but not all the antivirus are tested with OnGuard. But just in case, if a customer asks, you can ask the customer, is it possible not to have antivirus? Because sometimes the antivirus may stop certain faults, and then you have to know how to reconfigure the faults. Okay, and here it talks about how to do a clean uninstall, how to do a clean uninstall SQL stuff, right? And the other web modules, the other web modules are all installed with OnGuard, right? And I'll show you a bit more from the other web modules. On the ODBC connection, right? This is just a good exercise for you to understand how you can test the connection, right? And it's always a good practice. You know the LENEL. This LENEL account in the ODBC is the one that connects to OnGuard, right? And you can always do a check pointing to your server and do a check by putting in the LENEL password, the default password, and you should be able to test complete successfully, right, using the test procedure. Okay? And there's a whole heap of stuff which more on how to troubleshoot or work on the system if there's any issue. Last but not least is your log file, right? All the log files are contained inside the program data file, LNL folders. So you can go into their folders and look for it. You can back up the log file. But there's also another program, right, called the LNL, right? LNL DIAG, right? When you run that program can pick up all the log file, including your server information, to recapture the log file so that you can send this whole log file to us. But we don't really need you to run all these things or run LNL direct for every single issue. Some of them is purely related to one particular log file. You can just check from the log file. Okay? Right, but all these you will get advice by tech support. As in what files you need to get, but on the basic, you know where are the log files to get it, right? And of course, in a newer version of OnGuard, you will have SaaS notification. You will only be sending to the administrator, not to everyone. Okay? Alright. The other sites like Batch Designer, right? You can design your own batch. If you are a person who likes to do batch designing, you can open up batch designing, and your license will have batch designing capability as well, and you can design your own batch. Form Designer Lite, right? We go to that to change reader's group address, but on the card holder, you can even change the text field and all these things, the display and all these things, right? If I have a full form designer, which means that I need to buy a license for the server, right? Once I buy one full form designer, I can modify whatever I want to see on the card holder page. I can add more text so that I can actually create more additional fields that I can create in the system for my card holders. Okay, and that's the form designer. And of course, simple form designer, you can just change the text. Remember, not the object name, but the text, okay? And we talk about that as well, right? You can change the sizing and all these things, which you can reference it and have a look, right? Remember, if you're only making changes to the text, not the database structure, it's just a cosmetic change. Anything that you change, say changing data field may cause a database change. So my advice is, if any one of you is going to make some changes like adding additional fields, adding customized data for your customer, right? When you got the form designer license, reach out to us before you do that, because you need to get a bit of understanding before you do something on that. Otherwise, you may mess up the database. But I have one customer where they end up messing up the database, and I have to work through the Christmas or before Christmas just to make sure that the customer system is running properly, because it messed up the card holder information. Okay? Right, the OnGuard web module application, there's a lot of other web modules that, more of FYI for you to know, right? Even with a most basic system, you can see any of these web modules as well, right? And of course, these web modules are available here. And you can download those web modules from the web. Any of our web modules uses the open access and the web services. Okay? And they have access manager they use to manage access. I think it's best for me to show you the web module from my training laptop. Right? So if I go into my console, I can open up, let's say, access manager. Right? And you can use access manager to manage the access level, right? So you can authorize who are the people who can handle this access level. You may have a lot of access level in the system, but you may say, okay, I want the supervisor to manage all this, right? This first row, and then the officer can only manage the last two. So you can define who is authorized to manage which access level. Okay, and then when they go into the access level, that's where they can go into it and say, okay, I want to give 10 access, right? And I want to set the date, or I want to give access and apply the access. Once I apply, the access level will be added into the 10 system. So in theory, if you want a team of people who is giving access, you don't want them to go and touch the rest of the system, you can buy this access manager to let them manage the system. Okay? And we talk about credential, we also have visitor module, right? And of course, visitor module is also a separate license that you can buy, but a visitor module can easily, let's say, if I go back to, maybe I first create visitor, maybe some last year. Right, it will bring back all the records that I have, or maybe not much. I have 2 visitors here. But if I go back and search for visits, right, maybe I can just based on this visitor, let me click on visitor 1, right, and I can look at the visit. It shows that this visitor 1 has visit over the course of 3 years. Each year they only come 1 time, right? So I can bring back all these visit records. Please bear in mind, right, the visitor module here is not a full complete visitor application, right? It's value add to the customer if they want to utilize the visitor module in OnGuard. You can also use this to handle visitor with badge or visitor without a badge. You can even issue a visitor with a badge. So the same thing, you can sign out the visitor. If your visitor module tied to your iPad, you can use the iPad to actually create a sign-in application. So if anyone will come to the Victoria office, right, we have a visitor module where you can sign from the iPad as well. Okay? And of course, if you are using video or monitor, we have talked about monitor. Have I showed you the monitor page? No, right? Okay, on the monitor you have badge, you have all these alarms, all this is available here, but you can create your custom layout, which means that I can create a view like this. If I'm holding a tablet, I can make it a vertical manner so that it can display in a vertical manner. But the good thing about this is that you can see the map, right? You can go down to the particular map icon, and you can look at the badge of the person. Let's say this one is monitoring Blue Diamond Reader, which I have my Blue Diamond Reader online here. Right, the Blue Diamond Reader is online, and I have my mobile credential available. I can send the credential using my phone, right? So I just send the credential, right? You just send a read over to the Blue Diamond Reader. Obviously, because it's still the same page, it's not going to change anything, right? I'm going to just right on the Blue Diamond Reader. So obviously now I can say, and of course if you are working with Blue Diamond, it's a mobile credential. And I remember I have set up a voice. I say, hey Siri, open Blue Diamond. Right? He will send a credential, and then that's where my access get granted from the Blue Diamond. And there's a lot more things with mobile credential. You can play with using mobile credential to do like creating a pathway in the morning when coming to the office. Instead of going through opening every door, take out your card and bash on every door, you can have your hand carrying your gears and you walk through the door. Of course, hopefully the door is auto door. You don't have to flip the handle. You can walk through the door and you can set the pathway such that the mobile credential will know that okay, your first reader is reader 3, right? And you are at reader 3, you will automatically send the credential to reader 3 because you're there, and then we will open the door for you. And then you walk to reader 1, and then that's where reader 1 will actually open the door for you. So you can walk through the office without having to touch the door handle or take out your phone or try to send the credential. You can even have the mobile credential set up on the car park because you can set a geolocation. Say once I reach the car park, that's where you will detect that I'm near to my pathway, and you have a mobile Apple Watch alerting you that you are in the geolocation you want to activate your pathway. Right, so you can have various options with the mobile credential. Right, and of course, if you have cameras, you can even tie into your cameras to look at the video. Right, and I tie to these two cameras here so I can see the video. And of course, if you want to look more into the video, right, OnGuard has video under surveillance. So if you are using Lenel video, right, you can get this surveillance video for free on the web. You just need to request for it and it will give you the license. And with surveillance, that's where you can go to the web, bring up the web video. Of course, one thing on the web video is going to be controlled by your network latency and all this stuff. And of course, right now the latency is going to be super large because I'm not too sure how fast is my network. Right? But that's what you will get out of the whole OnGuard spend on just access control.
문과제가 카메라에도 붙는다고?
Alright.
카메라가 뭐가 붙지?
And the other thing on the console, I think I pretty much covered this on the console. Yeah, there's one more program called Magic Monitor, right? This Magic Monitor is quite useful, especially dealing with a very big site or site that require the command and control operation, right? Not so much for a small site, but depends on the customer, right? They may want to say, okay, I want this command and control operation to look at batch activity and because I'm launching this for the first time, it takes a while to connect. You can get the map here as well. And I should be able to get event here, but wait a while. Right, and of course, if you are connecting to your respective device, wait for the status to refresh. And same thing, right, with the cameras, you can actually open up the camera from here. You can view the live camera from the control, right? And of course, you can also control the door from this module, right? You can open the door from here, where you open the door on the other end, right? You can look at the event here, and you can bring up the video related to what was happening earlier, right? And if I have more video, I can bring up this video related to 1 o'clock, and you'll bring up the video based on that time, right? So this one seems to be quite well received by a lot of customers who want to have a bit of command and control. And another good thing about this is that you can always use the control 5. I'll bring up the 5 view. Oh, I'm able to get the view. Good. Last time I can't get the camera view here, right? And I have set up control 6 to show me clock. You can get live feed from YouTube if you have a YouTube channel account. You can see what's happening there. When was this? Sorry?
That's in Brisbane.
Oh, yeah. and of course you can see all these things and yeah, gather all these things from the magic monitor, right?
Ken.
Okay. Yes.
I have a question about regarding for the magic monitor.
Yeah.
So basically, I have a client who uses the magic monitor, but then he just used the client PC, by installing the application of the magic monitor. Version will be the same.
Yeah.
But then I can we can see the live view, but then whenever he just turn off the PC, and then the camera view cannot be recorded. So in this case, is there any way for me to fix it out?
When you say they turn off the Harry, you may have to go mute because you have another audio.
Mute?
Yeah, maybe turn off the sound from your speaker or from the TV because I'm hearing feedback.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
still having it?
Still having it? Right.
Yeah. Okay. I think I still have it. So Harry, unfortunately, right, in the interest of time, I don't think I want to try to answer your question straight away. But I would suggest, have you reach out to the guys in Taiwan and Hong Kong?
Okay, cool.
Yeah, maybe reach out to Ivan and Ben, they may be able to assist you. If not, you can always drop me a note. I will refer to them or talk to them to see how they can help you. Right?
Okay.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Over here, right, on the magic monitor, you can do a person search. I can go and say, okay, I want to search for my on-guard server, right? And maybe I want to search for last name starting with Ong. Right, and you will search. Right, I will find Ken here, and I will be able to open up his record. And with his record, I can then go in to manage his access. I want to change his access for this card, what access level I want to give to him and things like that. So, it may look much more complete for customers who want to use one solution to see everything, right? Instead of having on guard and then having web browser and all these things. So depending on how your customer like to see from the system. Right, Magic Monitor is a single application, right? Typically running on the local source, right? Where it connects to the database for most of the data. Okay. With that, I believe if I go through this all, you will be able, here talks about Magic Monitor, and there's other LENEL services. In fact, you will see like professional services, custom solution. I cover a fair bit of this too, right? And of course, technical support group, remote services we don't really do, but if there's a need to engage US. Project engineer, we don't do it here, but sometimes I get involved as well, right? And some end user like to engage me to make sure that their upgrade go through successfully, right? And of course, licensing is where I manage as well. And of course, any other things on trainings, you can actually explore a bit more, reach out to me or talk to me if you need to get more information on training, right? And these are the other courses that's available. Last thing, please ignore this exam portal, right? This is not the exam portal anymore. You will get an exam trigger from the e-learning website. You will go into the e-learning website and do your exam, okay? Right? And you need 70% to pass, and you can have up to 2 weeks, right? Which is 70% as well. So don't worry about it, right? You will definitely be able to pass. Okay, last thing is, whenever there's a new version, maintain your certification, get up to date with the latest version so you don't fall behind, and you will be able to renew your license every time you go into a partner center. Okay? And last but not least, thank you so much for your time and your effort, this week, sharing with me, or bearing with my voice and my way of English, my English terminology may be a bit more different compared to some of you guys. So I hope you guys benefit from this week's course. Right, thanks Lindsay, thanks for your time, and thanks James for all the comments and remarks as well. Right, by the way guys, on the training side, there's hardware modules which is available at the end. You can always refer to them. They are all very handy for you. Some of them are very detailed and good enough for you to explore them, right? And of course, if you see the Honeywell, we try to take over Honeywell system at some point as well, right? So yeah, for those guys Honeywell, sometimes we compete, sometimes we work together. So alright. Okay, apart from that, is there any questions from anyone? Right? Your engagement with LENEL doesn't stop here, right? Your engagement with me doesn't stop here too, right? You feel free to reach out to me, send me an email. But if you try to contact me for tech support, right, I may have to refer you to tech support. But if I can answer you in 5 minutes and help you with it, I don't mind doing that. But if I know that it's going to be a while, I'd rather you engage tech support and have somebody follow through with the support. Because I may end up putting you on the wait for a long time just because you're not able to get back to you. Okay? Alright. I would like to, by the way guys, I will be sending you survey form, right? For you to complete a survey, right? But like what I mentioned to you guys at the start of the training, I'm a person who like negative feedback and collect feedback as well. So I would like to maybe just get a verbal feedback from any one of you guys. Not going to take down notes, but in case there's something that I can improve, I will actually improve it on the next talks, right? So just want to get a quick feedback from you guys, right? Feel free to comment or voice out or start saying anything. My first, there's only 3 questions that I want to ask, right? One is on the product. Does anyone have any major feedback or any feedback that you'd like me to know on the product? Good. Do you think the product is powerful enough for what you're trying to explore or trying to learn?
I think it's more than it.
Okay. Yeah, if I'm telling you what you guys have seen this week is about 20% of what LENEL can do. And I'm still learning it, I'm only about 80%. I'm still trying to learn while LENEL trying to add in more stuff. Right? Anything else? Thanks, Lindsay. Any other feedback on the product? Okay, and yeah, James.
No, I was just gonna say I think it's good. Yeah.
Great.
Trying to during the training session, I was just trying to figure out products that I'm familiar with and try and link what we've learned to similar things that I've done in other products, so it kind of clicks in my head a little bit better.
Yeah, that's what I do. I told my tech support, I say, I know FC-Winning, I know Casirasco product, I know T-Com's product as well, I know a lot of other products, including CCTV and stuff. But the way how I master the product is, I pick the hardest one, and because it's hardest and it has the most feature, I use that to help me relate to other products. Right, so I can pick up T-Com easily by using what I learned now. And that's why the guys want to learn more about LENEL, because that's where they can become much more efficient with T-Com product. Of course, I pick up the T-Com hardware because that's way more powerful than my Mercury hardware. And once I know about T-Com hardware, I'm not afraid of Mercury hardware because that is more powerful than this guy. Right? So I choose the product that is more powerful and more harder to learn to act as my base. When I learn it, I will be able to master the others. And just terminology relationship, right? Okay, that's all for products. How about training? In terms of my training, the training content, is the content good enough? Is the 4 days good enough for you guys? Do you think it's a bit too compact?
I would say it's great.
Okay, good. Yeah, Lindsay.
Yeah, it's great. The only thing I would maybe like is for the exercises is a breakdown on how you do everything. I know it's in the manual, but sometimes if we want to go back, say, in 3 months' time and go through that exercise, it's nice to know which steps you need to follow to do this. I think Gallagher does it in the training where they show you all the steps.
All the steps. So the thing is that I have provided this worksheet right? Which consists of are you suggesting like maybe I should expand a bit more in terms of what is in the worksheet?
Yeah, correct. So
maybe a
in
bit
the
more
worksheet,
in the
I've
steps.
assigned us and shown us the different levels of
Okay.
Just just for me. I don't know for anyone.
Oh, it's okay. I mean, it's a good idea. I mean, I know my worksheet doesn't relate to what is on the presentation, right?
Yeah.
And it requires a bit of thinking and remembering. But of course, I've seen how TCOM do their training. I will take the beauty of both and see what is best for trainings, right? And but in the future, what we will do is we will actually be taking a fair bit of this into the e-learning, so that you will all be learning from the e-learning. You can refresh from the e-learning. And now the actual exercise will be only 2 days, which now I can put more content on the exercise, which will eventually go to the angle of what you suggest. That's for the feedback. Right. Any other thing on the training delivery? Training itself, training content itself?
Do you have wiring diagrams for the boards? Because I know pictures of the board, maybe just like a put or like a termination diagram.
Yeah, I forget to mention this, but good that you bring up, Travis. This is actually on the training material that I provided to you guys. If you go into the training materials, inside the training material you have this quick note, and if you open up the quick note, it talks about the wiring diagram. All the references on the wiring part of the system, on the hardware, okay?
Cool, thank you.
Alright, good. Thanks for bringing that up. Alright, maybe my one last question, right, is on my delivery. In terms of my delivery, do you guys have any feedback for me? How I can improve myself? Or maybe, Ken, you didn't do this very well, you should try to do it this way. Any form of feedback would be good, right?
That's good. I like how, I think maybe how you were doing it this morning, where you show us like a chunk and then give us some time to go through and
digest it.
you go and do that now, and then we kind of, if we have any questions, we can ask you in that 15 minutes.
Yeah, so under a bit more of the theory or the demonstration, and then have a bit more time for you to work on the exercise rather than giving you a short burst. Okay, good suggestion. Maybe what I do is I will change my agenda. I will shift some of my day 2 topic across to day 3 and shift some of the day 3 to day 4, because my day 4 is a bit more lightweight, and then when I do all that shifting, I can then bundle up some of the exercise together, so that it will make it more easier for you to go straight in that one exercise and do one thing rather than break too long between the exercise. Okay, good. Any other thing?
No, I think your knowledge is unbelievable. Thanks, Ken.
No worries. I learned a lot. Every training class I learned something. So this year I learned something from Travis, I learned something from Lindsay. So appreciate all your sharing.
No, thank you.
Thank you for all your comment. In fact, this class is one of the class that give me more questions or ask more questions. And I like the way how you ask the question, make the class a lot more engaging, right? And I appreciate when you are not afraid of asking questions, which is good. Okay, great. I don't want to hold you guys back. If you guys don't have any much question, feel free to log off from the system, or do what you need to do with the system. You can break the VLP for all you want. You can back up the VLP. Just bear in mind when you back up the file, right? Some of the files may not be usable for you, right? But of course, most important thing is to back up your backup folder, because that contains what you learned, what you have done, so that you can reuse it on your system. And when you back up, make sure you back up your encryption key as well. Okay?
Okay.
Alright. Apart from that, yeah. Thank you all for your time, and I will send you a note and to remind you about your exam or when the exam is triggered. And likewise, I will also be sending you a survey feedback So if you already given me feedback and you don't think you need to give any more feedback, don't worry about the survey, right? I'm not going to say, oh, because you didn't complete the survey, you're not going to get your certificate. All right. So thanks a lot for your time. Enjoy your weekend. And if I'm going up to Sydney, so not too sure how packed my schedule is. If I can get some time, I may meet up with you guys in Honeywell. Perhaps I'll still in June or July, maybe July.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. Harry, unfortunately, I can't go to Korea. I'm going to Singapore next week. But if you are happen to come over to Australia, at least you know a few of these guys here. You can always, drop an email to them, right? I didn't hide your email away, so you guys can talk to each other.
Okay. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Sorry, James?
Yeah, just about the driving license. How we install that is, do we just get a VM, go on VMware or VirtualBox, install like Windows Server, and then go through the steps on
you don't need to even install a server. You can just install Windows 10 operating system, right? And install as per normal for your own guide, following the step. And when you come to the licensing page, you can actually go into the licensing or you can even do that after that. After your installation, you can go into the license administration page, and that's where you can apply your license.
I see.
Right? And remember, on the VBox, you can apply the license on your machine, on the VM. But if you are using VMware Workstation, you want to apply your license on the host, so that you point your VMs to the host for licensing.
Okay.
Just because VMware Workstation doesn't support it.
And quick question.
Yeah.
If you back up your server and you back it up the whole machine and you restore it, will that affect the license in any way?
Yes, it might. And I wouldn't say that 100% it will mess up, but it might break your license, because there could be some machine reference to your license and it may break their license.
So what happens in that case? Do we have to reapply for a license?
If your license for some reason, let's say I don't talk about moving machines.
No.
If for some reason your VM crashed, right, and you have to install brand new, send me an email, right? Because it's for your training license, I can always return the license for you.
Okay.
So that once I return the license, you can reactivate your license.
But in a real world situation?
In a real world situation, same thing, right? If customer for some reason machine crash and you are planning to go down on Monday, reach out to our tech support, let our tech support know that you need to return the license manually and reactivate the license. So tech support will get us involved. We will be there to help you return the license and activate the license.
Okay.
If it's very urgent and then you call on site and you realize the license server is broken down and you need to reactivate the license, you can try to call me on my mobile, right? But what now we are trying to do is we are going to make a follow the SAR method where you can try to call our support line, and if it's LENEL related, you will be directed straight to LENEL, and somebody from Europe, somebody from US, or somebody from our region will pick up the call and help you return the license. Okay, so that will be the plan in terms of how you can handle things for that. Okay?
Thank you.
No problem, all good? Alright. Okay, really thanks a lot for all your time, and I will let you guys finish the rest of the day and enjoy what you need to do, and have a good weekend, alright?
Thanks, Ken.
Thanks, Ken.
Thank you guys, take care.
For a minute?
Bye.
Yeah, hold for a minute. Just wanted to...
Do you know how Sohan went with the
with the update one, I haven't get a chance to talk to him. So I may have to call him after I pick up my daughter from the school, and then